Good morning. We're on the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 Seek of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and call-in or log-in information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. James Short.
James Short, present.
Mr. Silas Grant.
Good morning, Mr. Silas Grant, present.
The board has 3 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first case this morning on our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 23 CMP 00074, Sol Mexican Grill, license number 121362. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Good morning, Chairman. Chris Alcott, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. My name is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott, from DC's Office of the Attorney General, representing the district.
Good morning. And I see that the licensee is not here. This matter then is scheduled for, if this matter moves to a show cause hearing, it's then scheduled for a show cause hearing on February 28th at 10:30 a.m. Do you have a question, Mr. Grant?
My apologies.
Okay. And so the government, I don't know if this matter will be settled, but if the matter is settled, then the parties can, if this matter is not going to go to a hearing, the parties are welcome to submit a written offer and compromise to the board, and the board can move this matter to its legal agenda. And just another reminder, sir, if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents or witnesses to each other and to the opposing party 7 days before the hearing, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side from moving forward. Any questions, sir?
None from the government.
Thank you. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00070, the Lane Social Club license number 121348. This case has been canceled. An offer in compromise has been provided to the board for its review. The board will make a decision on its legal agenda later on this morning. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00057, Glassy, license number 117346. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in the Glassy case, please?
Sohal, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Can you turn your camera on? Can you unmute yourself and turn your camera on?
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a camera you can turn on?
I'm actually in the car right now.
All right. Mr. Southcott, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning. This is Chris Southcott, first name CHRAS, last name SOUTHCOTT, from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
Good morning, Mr. Southcott. Ms. Sohal, can you please spell and state your name for the record and identify your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, I am the owner of the business, and my name is Taj Sohal. That is spelled TAJ first name and SOHAL last name.
All right, thank you. Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Nothing from the government.
All right. Then, hearing that this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on March 6th at 10:30 a.m. At a show cause hearing, the parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses, meaning Ms. Sohal, if you are contesting this charge, you need to exchange the documents and the witnesses you're going to call at the hearing. That needs to be done 7 days before the hearing. You provide a copy of that to the government, and you also provide a copy to the agency. Failure by either side to exchange documents and witnesses 7 days prior to the hearing, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not been disclosed. Any questions, ma'am?
No, sir.
All right. Hearing none, then we will see you on March 6th at 10:30 a.m. Have a great day. Thank you. All right, then. Bye-bye. All right. And we have a fact finder here. And is the next case yours, Mr. Southcott?
Not the fact-finding hearing.
No, but that's okay. All right, then you can log off because this fact finding here might take a minute, and then you can log back on after for us to do that show cause hearing. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. The next case in our calendar is a fact-finding hearing for the Lane Social Club, license number 121348. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure thing. Adena Santiago, your access has been elevated. Jennifer May, your access has been elevated. And Investigator George Garcia, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Morning, this is Adina Santiago.
Hold on 1 minute, please, ma'am. Do you have a camera you can turn on too?
Yes, I'm turning it on. Sorry.
All right, thank you.
Extra steps.
All right, thank you. Mr. Garcia?
Yes, I'm here. I'm turning on my camera now.
Good morning, everyone. All right, let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. I'll start with you, Mr. Garcia. And by spelling and stating your name also.
Investigator George, George, Garcia, Garcia.
Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Santiago, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this establishment?
Yes, hi, this is Adina Santiago, ADENA and I'm the attorney here with my client, the Lane, and I have with me Jennifer May, who is the owner of the Lane, of 01 in the Lane.
Okay, so Ms. May, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Jennifer May, JENNIFERMAY.
And you're the owner of the establishment?
Yes.
All right. All right. This is a this application was on the board's license agenda for December 13th, 2023. The main issue for the board to ascertain and get into the record is whether an application for class change was made by the licensee. They're trying to change their license from a CR, which is a tavern, to a CX multi-purpose facility. The board wants to get some further information. What's the business model? Can you please mute your line, ma'am? I want everybody to mute their line. If you're not speaking, please mute your line. And so a class change. And so the board wants to get further information regarding the business model for this establishment and to see whether or not, based on the business model, whether or not this establishment is qualified to apply for a multi-purpose facility. I'm sorry, multi-purpose license. And what would occur, depending on what decision the board makes today, is that if the board determines that, based on the business model submitted, that this establishment qualifies for that type of license, then the board would empower the licensing division to move forward to make sure that the proper licenses are the proper documentation are provided towards the issuance of that license, or the board might decide that, based on what's presented today, the criteria for a multi-purpose license is not met. Fact-finding hearings are informal. In fact-finding hearings, the parties, no one is sworn in. It's informal. We're just trying to find out information for the licensee to guide us on what it is that they're trying to accomplish and why is it that they chose this type of, why is it that they want to change their license class. Any questions, Ms. Santiago, before we move forward? And basically what I'm going to do is that I'll have Mr. Garcia. He can present. I believe Mr. Garcia went out and did an observation, so he's just going to present to the board what is it that he saw, and then the board will ask him some questions. You are welcome to ask questions of Mr. Garcia if you so desire, and then you can let us know. We can do a formal presentation and let us know what is it that, what's the concept, why such a request is being made, and I will have some questions to ask Ms. May and so I can ask Ms. May the questions through you, or whether or not you'll have her speak, then I'll ask her some questions. But I said before, this is very informal. This is not necessarily, as I said before, that the witnesses are not sworn in. And so it's just informal in the sense that it's a fact-finding mission that the board is taking to inform us on the next steps in this case. All right, any questions? All right, Mr. Garcia, can you tell us tell us about who you are, Mr. Garcia, briefly. Give me some background on who you are, sir.
So my name is George Garcia. I'm an investigator with the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
And how long have you been working as an investigator?
Approximately 4 years now.
And what does an investigator do?
We conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
Now, are you familiar with the Lane Social Club?
I am.
And how did you become familiar with this establishment for this fact-finding hearing?
Initially, my first visit to the establishment was for the establishment failing to file their quarterly statements.
Okay.
But I've visited the establishment maybe about 6 to 7 times.
All right. So, tell me, what is it? Well, I guess let me rather than starting with you, Mr. Garcia, I'm going to have you tell us what it is that you saw. Let me start off with you then, Ms. Santiago, because we're having this hearing because your client requested a class change. So why don't you tell us why is it that your client requested a class change, and then tell us what it is that what's the vision of this establishment? I know that this establishment is not too old, because I remember when we first issued the license, and so yeah. So why don't you tell us why is it that your client is requesting a class change?
You're correct. My client has held a license there only for several months, although she did have a temporary operating previously. This business was owned by somebody else, and she was a patron of that business. And when they had determined that they were going to close the business, she purchased the business and filed a transfer of the liquor license, which has recently been completed in July. When she bought the business, it was operating as a children's play space with food service, and they have some alcohol service as well. And the space was used for a children's play space, primarily on the lower level. And then upstairs, there's an event room where they would hold different types of events, children's birthday parties, but also adult events and other things like that. And just to correct the record, briefly, it isn't a tavern license that they hold. It's a restaurant license that is currently there.
Hold on, Mr. Garcia. What type of license do they? Yeah, you're correct. CR. I apologize. A CR license is a tavern. is a restaurant license. I apologize.
Not
Okay.
a problem. I just wanted to make
Go
sure
ahead.
that we had the
Yes.
record correct.
Yes. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's okay. So what Ms. May has found while she's been operating is that although they do have food service, they don't operate as a restaurant, and therefore the restaurant license, we didn't feel that the restaurant license was the appropriate license for the method of operation that was occurring at the facility. But because it was a transfer, she stepped into the shoes of the previous owner and transferred the license that was there. And we're just trying to get the license that we feel better fits the operation. So there has been some little changes since the previous owners left, that Ms. May has been improving upon the operations and trying to better use the space. And so it is still used as a children's play space, but on a more limited basis. And instead, they've increased the adult events and adult goings on that are happening throughout the facility, and have plans to increase that further if we can change the license type. So she is still serving food and doing her best to meet the food requirements, but because it isn't used as a restaurant and isn't attended by patrons as a restaurant, we wanted to have the type of license that was there fit better with the operations that are occurring. So again, they have children's play space time. They have a climbing wall and a ball pit and things like that for children to be available for children. They have some tricycles and things like that for kids to ride around on. And then they have a very wonderful lounge area with seating, and an upstairs area that has tables and chairs and an event room and a full bar upstairs. Downstairs, there's a cafe that has limited alcohol beverage service at certain times, and that's where the primary food service occurs, is downstairs out of that cafe. Because the space is used more for events and gatherings and this play activities where parents can bring their children And a few times a year when the schools are closed, the facility runs school's day off, like a camp program. We just felt that the multi-use license might better serve the premises.
And as I'm familiar with this establishment in the sense from the agenda, from our agenda that I remember earlier. We did an investigation, and one of the investigators went there, and there appears. Are you still there, Ms. Santiago? I think we might have lost your attorney, ma'am.
I'm sure she'll come back as soon as she's able. I'll try calling her.
Okay.
Yeah, looking to see if I see her in the waiting area.
All right, thanks.
So she appears to be connected, just not communicating.
Adina, we can't hear you.
Uh,
All right, I can now hear you, ma'am. All right.
Sorry about that. We're having some issues in our office with the Wi-Fi connection today. So if you could please repeat your question, my apologies.
No, what I said is that I'm somewhat familiar through an investigation that we had done earlier. It came on our agenda that one of our investigators went over there, and it appeared that they were running a summer camp, and there was alcohol there, and so I was concerned, at least from that agenda. So I guess what I'm trying to find out is that what is that? What's your business model? What is your core business model?
So I can give you my insight, and then we can.
Well, she can answer. Anyone can answer the question. Yes.
I mean, overall, this is a facility for the community to utilize and come and socialize and gather. Ms. May, would you like to add your vision for the site and what the reason that you felt it was so important and wanted to continue operations there?
Sure. The building is a great space for the community to come together for a lot of different things. And I was a member previously. I held my kid's first birthday party there, during the pandemic, and it was a great space that I could go to because, we're all living in these small, tiny houses or apartments in DC, and just having a space where we could go and utilize was really important to me to continue. Because the space is so large and has so much to offer in various parts of the day, kind of the vision I've been trying to find like the right words to utilize it, but one thing that's kind of come about is like it's really just like a giant living room, and how you use your living room on a Wednesday at 10 a.m. is very different than how you utilize your living room Saturday afternoon. And so, during the week, we can be a space where people could come and do work, like a shared working space, like a WeWork type situation. We can, we can have bagels and coffee for people to come by in the mornings, but we can also be a space for companies that are now doing a lot of work from home or hybrid to have their corporate meetings. We had some, right, like it's a buyout basically of an event space, to adult birthday parties at night, kids' birthday parties during the day. We've had baby showers, all of the life events that come about that you go and celebrate, on weekends. So we did have last summer, a third party rent the space, just as third parties rent the space for various things for a summer camp. And we, utilize the space, as much as possible because it's full of light. It's a beautiful, like not dark space, where kids can run and parents can relax. And, even my friends that don't have kids, don't mind meeting me there because it's not a Chuck E. Cheese. And in DC, one of the things that I love about living here is that it does have a great wide range of people. So, it's not like I'm stuck in the burbs with just parents with kids. Like I can hang out with my friends that are 20 years old or my friends that are 50 or 60. And this space really brings everyone, I think, together because they can all feel like they belong and can relax and be themselves there.
All right. To qualify as a multi-purpose facility, a location must be a legitimate theater, university, museum, conference center, art gallery, or facility for the performance of sports, cultural, or tourism-related activities, and also to like indoor parks, buildings, and facilities that primarily serve as recreational playgrounds or workspace. That is the definition of what a multi-purpose license. We can have a multi-purpose license. How is it that your facility would meet that definition? You can do all of that you want, but you don't have to apply for a license from us. You can do all the wonderful things that you talk about, and maybe you could apply for a temporary license if you're not doing that every day, or you could apply for a caterer's license, and if you serve food, or you could apply for a caterer's license and you can serve food and then you can serve alcohol. So I guess I'm trying to find out, how is it that how would your facility meet that definition under your business model of what a multi-purpose license is?
Mr. Anderson, I think that when the space first opened, it was really primarily used as an indoor play space, an indoor playground. But the idea was that, parents, we take our children to play, and we're so focused on that we don't necessarily communicate and socialize with other parents that are there in that facility. So having a space that people could have a glass of wine or have a beer while they're enjoying watching their children run and play together would enable them to socialize and have a drink together as well, while monitoring their children and adhering to, making sure that the children don't have access to those beverages. And then eventually in the day, the children go to sleep if we're lucky, and the adults have an opportunity to come to the space and come together without their children and socialize and have events. There have been parties there. More recently, Miss May has run a cocktail mocktail making class and has other activities planned like that, different discussion groups and things. And so it is serving as a community center with alcohol beverage service so that adults can enjoy a beverage while they're socializing and engaging in these other community activities.
And so you can apply for a tavern license. There's no food requirement. There's no food requirement, and so therefore you can operate as a tavern. So you apply for a tavern license. You're correct. because you're not really serving food, so therefore the having a restaurant license is not the appropriate, at least from what's being described, because this is not primarily the focus of your business model to serve food. So that is correct. You shouldn't have a restaurant license, but it appears based on the model that you have that rather than having a multi-purpose, it would appear to me that a better category of license to apply for is a tavern. It's a tavern, so you can do all those things that you want to do, and you can still serve food. And there's no requirement that you have to do these quarterly statements to account for the food that's being served.
If we pivot the application and we apply for the tavern license instead of the multi-use license, will Ms. May be restricted from having minors at her facility?
I mean, the minors. I mean, a minor can go into a tavern. It's surprisingly, and we found this out during COVID, that a lot of these what you consider a restaurant, they actually had tavern license, because what we consider a traditional restaurant had tavern license. And so as long as you're not serving liquor to alcohol to minors, you're fine. Or the alcohol is always supervised, in the sense that if the alcohol is open, it has to be supervised. And I think that one of the concerns I think I remembered last summer, when the summer camp existed at the facility, when our investigator went there, I mean, the alcohol was there, the kids were there, and it wasn't supervised. So the kids conceivably could go over and take a bottle because it was not being supervised.
So, I mean, we applied for this type of license because we felt that it did meet the definition, since it's used as an indoor play space and is used for events and things like that, and isn't what you would typically think of as a tavern, because people don't come there primarily to drink alcohol beverages. There are so many more opportunities for use of the space that we just felt that this was the better type of license for the business that's being run there. The WeWork aspects of it, the events aspects of it, the play space aspects of it are things you wouldn't typically see in a tavern, and that's why we proceeded in this manner. We're open to a conversation. I mean, I think we all agree that the restaurant license is not the appropriate license. What we're trying to do is get the right license in place that gives Ms. May the most flexibility in her business model as it continues to evolve. She's listening to the members of the community and listening to what they would like to see the space become and how they would like to come in and enjoy it. And so she's still continuing to tweak her operations to meet the needs of the community. And we just want to make sure that it has the right license to accommodate all of the activities that she would like to offer.
And that's what I'm trying to get at this hearing, and that's one of the reasons why we have the fact finding hearing, so you can tell us. So I know during the day you want to have kids there, so parents will bring their kids for daytime fun activities. So tell me about what it is that you want to do in the evenings.
So in the evening times, there will be some evenings where parents can bring their kids after work and the kids can play and the adults can enjoy a beverage. They can feed their children there if they would like to. There are other days, and especially on the weekends in the evenings, where it's more focused to adults, and there'll be adult events. Sometimes they might bring in some music or play music, different. Like Miss May said, they've had adults come in for girls' night out and for birthday parties, for adult parties, bachelorette parties, things like that, where people can come in and use the space for those types of things. They're trying to book more events and encourage people to come in and have their different life events at the facility, as well as these community educational offerings, some around alcohol beverages like the mixology classes and others that the focus isn't the alcohol beverages, but people, I mean, I can see Miss May offering it for a book club or, any type of event where adults might want to gather and need more space than they might have in their apartments in DC.
All right. Any questions by any members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. This is for Ms. Santiago. Ms. Santiago, are you aware that there aren't that many LX licenses in the District of Columbia?
Hold on,
Yes.
hold on. I just want to remind Mr. Short, Miss Santiago, she is the attorney representing Miss May.
I
just
understand.
I
I understand.
All right. Okay.
She's done most of the talking, so I ask her the question if it's okay, Mr. Chair.
No, I'm just saying to you that she's the attorney representing Miss May. That's all I was
Miss May,
doing.
right? Thank you very much. That's very clear.
Yes, Mr. Short, I am aware. I actually have appeared before this board on a previous application for this type of license as well and answered similar questions about why we were applying for that type of license instead of a tavern license. And so I am familiar that it is a rare occurrence and that,
okay.
And I'm familiar with this process.
Let me ask you this also.
Sure.
Were you successful in getting the LX for your last appearance before this board?
Yes, I was.
Where was that located?
It was located in the press building on F Street between 13th and
14th and F Street.
Yep.
Downtown, where the convention center is and Kennedy Center, where a lot of other LXs are. How many LXs are in the community where Miss Miss May's business is?
I'm not aware of any others, but I'm not aware of every
Okay.
facility. I'm sure you have a better handle on it than I do.
Are you aware as the attorney that a lot of LXs that don't fit downtown morph into nightclubs in Ward 5 or the area near Oakey Street?
Yes, I can imagine that would be the case. Although this again is not intended to be a nightclub.
I understand, but most people who ask for a restaurant license when they first open don't intend to ever use it for a restaurant. And I see where Miss May who got a fine for not filing quarterly statements for her restaurant license. Is that correct?
She didn't.
Can Miss May answer that? Can Miss May answer that?
Yes, I did pay a fine for not filing the quarterly statement.
And why didn't you file a quarterly statement?
Because I'm very new to all of this and I had no idea that was a requirement. So I've spent the last year now working, or 6 months or whatever, with Adina, learning the requirements that go into this. As Adina mentioned, I purchased this from the previous owners and am learning as a small business owner. I'm learning and doing the best that I can.
Okay, I understand that. But as a board member, I have a responsibility to protect our communities from people who don't know what kind of licenses they're asking for, and then they morph into something that the community really doesn't want. So what I'm going to ask you also is, currently, were you the person were you owning the business when the investigator went there and the alcohol wasn't secured and youth were running around?
I was not physically in the building that day.
You weren't in the building that day?
That's correct. I was not in the building that day.
Did you own the business that day?
Yes, I did.
And so you're asking board members to trust you. You've already said you don't really understand the business you're running, but now you want to get a LX, which is a big step up from a Ciara, and you could not handle a Ciara correctly. There were problems, correct?
Well, if they're asking
I think
for
it's best
CX,
if Adina answers these
I'm asking
questions.
I'm asking her a question, Mr. Chair, and I understand why you're
No, Mr. Short, you said LX. She's applying for a CX
a
license.
CX. Forgive me.
Yes.
Pardon me, please pardon me. But a CX license can really morph into something that a lot of community members, if you don't understand it and you're the business owner, do you think the community would understand it? Well, forget that question. The question I really want to ask you is, when you bought it, how long had that business been open, the CR been open when you bought it?
2 years. They opened in February 2020.
Had they ever been fined or caught with not doing the monthly or doing their quarterly statements?
I have no idea. You would have to ask them, but from my understanding, it was March 2020, the world stopped. And so no one had ever come out or, that, yeah, I have no idea. You would need to ask them.
Okay, very briefly, just give us any business background you've had since you've been in that community and owned that business, or prior to you buying the CR license. What business experience had you had?
Well, I have an MBA from NYU, and I run a business that has had everywhere from 2 employees to upwards of 30 employees. And we do basically bookkeeping type work and compliance.
All right, so
it's my job to keep people out of jail by spending
Okay.
making sure that they spend their money and accept money correctly.
So do you think it was acceptable when you were cited for not securing alcohol with all your business experience and the MBA? Do you think that was the good use of your education and your background, not knowing that you had to secure alcohol with children around?
I think it would be best for Dina to answer these questions.
Mr.
Okay.
Short, if I may, again, Ms. May came into this situation thinking that the previous owners had set it up the way that made the most sense for the business type. Little by little, Ms. May and I started working together when she had a visit from Mr. Garcia in August and in September, and some issues were raised. And we've been working closely together to improve upon the business and how they secure alcohol and training their employees. I had sent some photos in related to some recent violations that we settled, and there are places to put where adults can put drinks that are high up and out of reach of children. They have separated out the premises so that certain areas there is no service of alcohol, other areas children are not permitted, and then the few areas where there is some crossover, they've increased the signage, they've increased the employee awareness. I think, unfortunately, we're living in a time where it is hard to get good help and hard to get people who want to work and take it seriously and respect their employers and follow the rules of what they're supposed to do in the businesses that they work in. I did a compliance seminar with Ms. May has hired a lot of new staff. Everybody is required to get their manager's licenses and go through training. I did a compliance seminar in December with the entire staff and talked them through. They had a lot of questions. We worked through them. I left copies of the seminar and offered to come back and answer questions at any time. Ms. May is really working hard to enhance the protection of the children, to prevent minors' access to alcohol beverages. The bars are closed off when nobody is behind there. And even upstairs where they have a full bar, the beer and wine is locked up at any time when there's no bartender, and the hard alcohol is locked up in the storage closet when there's no bartender there manning the bar at the specific time. They're no longer allowing minors upstairs unless there is a children's birthday party and they're with their parents. So she's really working hard to try to improve upon the operations and make sure that children do not have access to alcohol. As a mother herself, that is not something that she would want her kids to be exposed to. And she's working hard with her staff and in her facility to improve upon the business that was there when she came in.
That we agree upon 100%. We agree upon that as parents and grandparents, and some of us as great grandparents. Let me ask you this question, Ms. May. What would have been the course of action you would have expected this board to have taken had a child got involved with alcohol when it was unattended? What would you expect this board to have done?
I will leave my attorney to answer that question.
Well, okay, Ms. Taniego, would you please answer that question as an attorney?
I mean, I think this is a matter that we all take seriously. And like I said, we're not aware of incidences where children had alcohol. We understand that it wasn't secured in the best manner on certain occasions where children may have been able to access it. And like I said, that's why we've taken measures to make sure that we improve upon that, and putting up gates and preventing access, not allowing children to sit at the bar. Some of those activities were happening when Miss May wasn't present on the premises. And again, that's why employees have been terminated, and she's hired new people who it has been stressed to them that they have to take it seriously, that this is a matter of importance to Miss May, as well as to this board, as well as to the community, to make sure that children do not have access.
Thank you very much for your answers. I'm just a little troubled about the quarterly reports not being filed on time, especially with someone who has the background that Miss May has, and also the violations that were cited about children and alcohol not being secured. So as a board member, I only have one vote. So I'll just simply say this: thank you very much for your answers. I'll confer with the other board members before I make my final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
You're welcome. You have questions, Mr. Grant?
Yes, I do. Good morning.
You can take your hand down, please.
Yeah, I'm doing that now.
All right, thanks.
Good morning to Ms. May and Ms. Santiago. I just have a question, well, two questions about the use of the term community throughout this morning's fact-finding hearing. And I wanted to know, in terms of the business model moving forward, when we talk about consulting community, are we talking about the community of people who patronize the establishment versus the community of people who live near the establishment? So I wanted to get some clarity on how the community word has been defined in this instance and what that community outreach looks like.
So I think it's both. I think that there were people who were patronizing the business before Miss May took over, and they have continued to do that, as well as new membership and new people that have come in. I think that also the community, the people who work in the area, the people who live in the area, Miss May has been listening to their feedback about what they would like to see happen. She was approached a few months ago by people who said, we'd love to have a place that we can come in the morning before work and get some food and, you know, a cup of coffee, a bagel for breakfast on our way to work or on our way to whatever it is that they're going to do. And that's why we have an application for the change in hours that's pending, so that she could be open, not for alcohol beverage service, but for food service earlier in the day, so that she can provide that beverage service. Some of the parents in the area had reached out to her and said that it was helpful to them on days when the DC schools are closed to have a place that their children can go. And so she listened to that and has been trying to provide that service as well. So different. And then she's holding 2 town hall meetings coming up in early February to have everybody and anyone who wants to come in and talk about, do they enjoy this space? Have they used this space? What would they like to see this space? What services would they like this space to provide, to determine whether this business is a viable business in the place that it is, whether it serves the needs of people who have different needs for socialization and a place to come by themselves with their children, etc. So I believe it's still evolving, but I think the answer to your question is both. The people who live in and around the area and those people who maybe come from other parts of the city to patronize the business.
Just one follow-up question. Has the ANC weighed in officially on this substantial change?
No,
We didn't.
it's not a substantial change, Mr. Grant. They've we once we make a determination that they can change, then we will advise. So they're just we're still in the investigation stage. Yeah, go ahead.
So actually, there is a separate application that we had filed before the change in license type for a substantial change to change the hours, and nobody has objected to that. It was supposed to be issued on the January 10th meeting, but because this fact-finding hearing was scheduled, that was postponed, so we are hoping that at the end of this meeting, even while you are still deciding what to do about the license type, that we can have that go forward and be approved, because that would be a huge benefit to Ms. May and to the business and to the people who have requested these additional privileges like breakfast in the morning and things like that. So that's been pending. We filed that in November. And like I said, it was posted. There was no objection to those additional hours during the posting period. And it would have been added to the license on January 10th, but the licensing department was asked to hold off till after this meeting.
Thank you. No further questions right now, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Mr. Garcia, can you tell us what is it that you observed when you each time you visited this facility?
So my first initial visit to the establishment was on August 11th, and that was only to advise the establishment that they failed to file their quarterly statements. So during my visit, I was conducting a regulatory inspection. My first observation is that the establishment did not have an ABC manager at the establishment. My second observation was that the establishment didn't have a ABC license posted. My third observation was there were a lot of children in the establishment, what appeared to be that the establishment was operating as a daycare. So I did a walkthrough of the establishment, and during that walkthrough, I observed the upstairs. So the establishment has 2 full bars. From this is all I'm speaking in the aspect of October 11th. I'm sorry, August 11th. August 11th, the establishment had 2 fully operational bars. One on the first level, one on the first floor, and one on the second floor. The one on the second floor was fully stocked, but it had no employees behind the bar, and it was basically open. There were children at the bar, sitting at the bar, on top of the bar stools, and the upstairs was being ran as a camp. So the adults on the second floor were not employees of the establishment. These were camp facilitators. So some kids were playing around the bar area, which some were around the sides, which had easy access to the bar. It was, I think the kids were eating Dominoes or something like that, which led me to also believe that the establishment wasn't providing food as well. They didn't have a kitchen. Well, they don't have a fully operational kitchen in order to have in my opinion, in order to have a restaurant license. So that was the first visit. I did advise the establishment that the alcohol should be secure. I did speak to an ABC manager, not the ABC manager, the general manager, my mistake. And the general manager advised me that when I advised her that alcohol should be secured, she advised me that the establishment is not responsible for making sure that the alcohol is safely guarded by from children. That is the responsibility of the camp counselors. That's what the manager said during that complete visit. So that led me to issue all the violations that I had, but I kind of concluded my inspection and just jotted everything down. And I did bring all the information that I gathered back to the office to consult with licensing, also consult with my enforcement chief. But from that's when antennas went up to the establishment to determine whether they're really operating as they should. My second visit to the establishment was, oh, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, my second visit to the establishment was August 15th.
Actually, I do have one question. Just going back in the notes
I'm sorry.
that you,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Who's speaking?
Jennifer May.
Go ahead, ma'am. Remember we have a court reporter, so that's why.
Okay. Now, if I recall correctly in the report that you submitted that you said general manager, but she actually introduced herself as a cook. Is that correct?
Well, I don't have the report in front of me.
Okay. So in the report that I recall, Amy was the
Amy,
cook.
yes, correct.
Amy, cook. And she showed you around our kitchen, which included food and fridges, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So the report that you state said that you just said that the person that introduced himself said general manager, which at the time she was the general manager, but also the cook, and she introduced herself as the cook. But yet you're saying that we didn't have the option of cooking food.
Well, you had the option of cooking food, but there was no food provided to the daycare counselors upstairs. The daycare counselors advised me that you guys didn't provide food, which is why I also added that violation.
That we didn't provide food for free.
Well, I don't know the logistics.
Hold on, Miss May.
Right.
Hold on, Miss May. Let me have Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia is just informing the board what is it that he saw. I mean, this is not.
No, I understand, but I just want to state that in the original report, he stated Amy as the cook, but right now he's saying general manager and stating that we didn't have the option of cooking food that day because I just want to make sure, but that was in his report that he said cook and now he's saying general manager.
Well, I think Mr. Garcia has also stated he didn't have the report in front of him. He did state that. And I think when Mr. Garcia made a comment about the ability to cook, he said in his opinion. So we all have opinions. And so he's just stating, he said, in my opinion, which you can disagree, but he's just saying, in my opinion, this is what I thought. So go ahead. So we'll just, I'll let Mr. Garcia finish, and then yourself or other board members will have an opportunity to ask him questions once he's done. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia, if you have anything else to add.
So on my visit on August 15th, I visited the establishment again and determined that the establishment did not have an ABC manager present either. So I did issue a citation for that as well. So my third visit to the establishment was on August 29th. I visited the establishment and also determined that the establishment did not have an ABC manager present at the establishment. And then my next visit to the establishment was September 17th. So this establishment, my visit to this establishment was the result of a complaint received from the hotline, from our hotline. I'm sorry, give me 1 minute, let me pull it up. Got it. Okay. So that was September 17th, and I visited the establishment because of a complaint. So when I did visit the establishment, I observed that the establishment was having a party, a private party, from what one of the employee staff advised me, a private event. and that I was not able to allow access up to the second floor. She advised me that the private party was going on. If I'm not mistaken, it was past midnight, which the establishment is required to close. Their operating hours are until midnight. The establishment was fully operating with alcohol being served, consumed as well, and the operation of the summer garden. And the music was emanating from a higher, I'm sorry, the music was emanating from across the street, which is why I also wrote up the establishment for that violation. On all occasions, I did advise the ABC manager, I'm sorry, the person in charge, if there wasn't an ABC manager present, whoever the person advised me that they were in charge, that's exactly who I advised of all the violations, and I provided them with all documentation necessary. Another visit to the establishment was November 29th. November 29th, I visited the establishment to again advise the establishment that they failed to file their quarterly statements for November, quarter three. One thing when I observed while visiting the establishment, that the establishment was operating, well, began to operate at 8 a.m. The licenses don't begin till 9 a.m. So when I did speak to the staff, what I did was I spoke to one of the staff first, and I asked them what time did the establishment open. So the staff advised me that they're open and operating at 8 a.m. So I did advise the licensee that they're required to open it. Their operating hours are at 9 a.m. I did obtain receipts if you can find it, if you can see them. I mean, if you want to see them in my exhibits as well. But of them operating, I did advise Ms. May on multiple occasions of a lot of the different violations that I observed throughout the establishment, along with well, I'm not gonna well, you won't see this in my reports because I didn't write the establishment up. Well, Miss May can attest to it. After inspecting the establishment's quarterly books and records, their alcohol invoices, I did advise Miss May that she was in violation of purchasing alcohol from distributors outside of the district without being accompanied by the import permit. I did use my discretion and I did allow Miss May to correct the matter prior to writing the establishment up, which I never wrote the establishment up. On multiple occasions, I did advise Miss May on a lot of the violations prior to writing them up as well. So in my personal opinion, I did advise and educate Miss May on how she should be operating, on what she should be filling out, and how she should be going about these things. Another thing is Miss May continually describes her operation as a place where parents can bring their kids to let loose and just really relax on themselves. Miss May, well, currently from my last conversation with Miss Santiago, she advised me that the establishment is providing daycare services. Literally, the parents are dropping their children off at the establishment at 8:30 a.m. and dropped off to the staff of the lane. So the lane is watching children for the establishment, which is primarily operating as a daycare. They offer these services. Well, in the memo that I have, the establishment has been or is offering the services this coming month in February. I'm not sure what changes the establishment has made because the establishment has constantly made changes to it without properly getting the substantial changes approved before the board before making these changes. I agree that Ms. May has on many levels listened and heard out the community's concerns, but before putting these actions or before putting these suggestions to use, you have to remember that you have a license to comply with, and you have to ensure that you're complying by these rules. So operating outside of that scope is just not feasible for as a license holder.
All right. You have any is that the extent? Is Ms. May still with us?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. That's one of the reasons I prefer when everyone appear on camera, so I can tell that you're there, because I'm not sure if we lost you. I mean, without Ms. May, without saying whether or not you're innocent or of any infraction or guilty of any infraction, just as a general matter, as a licensee, are you aware that if an ABRA investigator shows up at your facility, and as long as they show you your credentials, are you aware that access without delay must be? I'm not saying you have done this. I'm just asking you, are you aware that as a license holder, if an ABCA investigator shows up at your facility, and if they are properly identified, are you aware that you must provide access to the investigator without delay? It doesn't matter what is going on in the facility, whether or not it's private, public, or whatever it is, that are you aware that if an ABCA investigator shows up, and as long as they identify themselves, that they must be provided access without delay? Are you aware of that, ma'am?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
Okay, and I'm not saying that your establishment had prevented one from occurring. I'm just asking you if you're aware that this is the policy.
Yes.
That yes. All right.
Yes, the staff person told me that when he showed himself, she said, "Hi, let me call my manager so that I can make sure," she wasn't sure what to do. That wasn't stopping him from going anywhere. It was just, she said, "This is above my pay grade. Let me call my manager."
Well, I'm not stating whether or not the person did or didn't do that. I'm just stating what it is that
Yes, but I am aware.
yeah, and that's what it is. And now I see you, Mr. Short. I see you, Mr. Short. And I guess what I'm trying, you said you're a new a new licensee when you had this license transferred. Did you take the time to participate in the new license trainings that our agency provides?
No, unfortunately, I did not do that.
Our agency provides a significant amount of training for new licensees. And I implore you, you do, and it's irrespective of what decision this board makes today on this change, is that you have a license. And clearly, I think Mr. Garcia has stated that he has advised you, and I think he has stated that you have listened to his advice. And so, at least I didn't gather that Mr. Garcia stated that he has provided you some guidance and you have ignored his guidance. So he has stated that he has provided you some guidance and you have listened to the guidance that he has provided. But I'm asking, ma'am, that, and I can't demand anything that you do that, but I'm asking that you partake of the trainings that this agency has to offer, because we're not the got you agency. We're not trying to get you. We're trying to provide you with whatever guidance you require to ensure that your business succeeds. And so we will provide you the guidance, but you have to ask us. You have to tell us, I don't know what I'm doing. There's never a stupid question as far as this agency is concerned. You come to us, you tell us what is it that you're trying to do. You don't understand this, and we will provide you the guidance. We're not to come to say got you. So because you told us that you're not doing this, so I don't believe that this is not the way the agency operates. We are here to help you, to provide guidance, to make sure that you operate your business efficiently and by the confines of the law. Yes, Mr. Short, I'm going to try to bring this to a close shortly because we're going to have a very long day today. But go ahead, Mr. Short. You're on mute, Mr. Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll make this very brief. Investigator, Garcia, thank you for an excellent report. Thank you for your diligence to duty. Thank you for trying to work with, as we here at ABCA and the board would like our employees, especially our investigators, to go the mile or extra mile in trying to help aid and assist persons running businesses in the District of Columbia. We currently have a lot of issues now with young people, with drugs, alcohol, and gun violence. And I would just like to say this. You were there on how many different visits?
About 6 visits, 6 or 7 visits.
6 to 7 visits. Did things get better from your first one to your 6th or 7th, or were they still the same?
It was still the same.
So although you talked with Miss May, you talked with the business persons that you encountered there, nothing changed. Is that correct?
Let me add something to it because the first time the first uh few times I did not speak to Miss May as Miss May wasn't present at the establishment. So I did relay the messages through the person that was stating that they were in charge.
Well, thank you very much. And I like the chairman, we don't want to have a gotcha, but by the same token, what we want to have is compliance. We had responsibility to the citizens of the District of Columbia to make sure, especially around alcohol, that our children are safe. Anybody's children. We have a responsibility to make sure that people pay their taxes and file their quarterly reports. And we have a responsibility that they buy alcohol legally in the District of Columbia and not from other places. I do thank you very much for your report, sir. I will take everything that you said into advisement. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to ask and thank Investigator Garcia. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Short. I want to wrap this up, and I'll give you Ms. Santiago and Ms. May any comments you want to make. I mean, what I'm hearing, I don't believe that a multi-purpose license is a correct license for this facility. I believe that you should come in and talk to our licensing specialist, the head of licensing, and provide your business model. And I believe we can recommend a different type of license for you. I mean, just off the top of my head, it appears that a tavern license probably would work. You have stated that you're not a restaurant. And if you want to serve food, you can still serve food utilizing a tavern license, but you don't have to do the quarterly payments. I'm sorry, the quarterly filings if you are a tavern, and you can still serve food and still do all the activities that you want to do. It does not appear to me, and I don't know. It just doesn't appear to me that, from what I'm hearing, that that a location must be a legitimate, that is a legitimate theater, university, museum, conference center, art gallery, or facility for the performance of sports, cultural, or tourist-related activities, and to indoor parks, buildings, and facilities that primarily serve as recreational playgrounds or work space. It doesn't. I've not heard anything. Maybe I've not heard anything that says to me that um, this um, this would qualify as a multi-purpose. I think I think you're better. I think it's a better route to take. You're clearly not a restaurant, so a change needs to be made as soon as possible. Because if you're not if you're unable to do the quarterly statements in the sense of you have to serve a certain percentage of the food, and if you're not doing that, so you need to, as soon as possible, get out of the restaurant business, the restaurant license business, because I think it's clear you're not a restaurant, and you're going to continue commit violations, at least from that aspect. but I don't, I just, and again, I know Mr. Short said earlier, he's only one vote and I'm only one vote too, but I'm not hearing that from what but again, we need to discuss this and provide, but I think that it would behoove you to come into the agency and have a conversation with licensing, and they can further advise you what type of license to apply for. But any final comments you have to make before I wrap this up?
I want to just thank everybody for their time today and just put it out there that Miss May is a small business owner. She's a single mother. She has made some mistakes. She has since hired me to help her understand what the requirements are and what she is supposed to do to stay in compliance. I understand it must be, I know that this is Investigator Garcia's job to come out and investigate facilities, and it must be frustrating to see small incremental change rather than monumental change. I do believe that Ms. May has listened to Investigator Garcia and taken his comments to heart and has made a lot of changes. Again, with the staff, she's had people quit on her and people that she's had to fire who do not take the business model seriously and are not paying attention to what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, I don't know if this is standard where you have 3 and 4 applications for one facility pending at the same time, but we've done this because we are doing our best to get the facility licensed in the way that it needs to be so that it can operate, that it can be a profitable business for Miss May, that it can serve the needs of the community. I'd also like to say this is not a daycare center. They are offering these days when the DC schools are closed, as they're permitted to do, where they have extra staff on site and parents can drop children off for a limited period. This is not something they do all the time. It's something they do only on the days when the DC schools are closed, because parents in the community have said this would be helpful to us if we had a place where we could bring our children when we have to go to work and the schools are closed. And Ms. May is trying to listen to the patrons and to the community, the parents in the community, and provide a resource for them and serve their needs. And so on those days, there's extra staff on hand and children are dropped off, but this is in no way a daycare center and is not intending to be or meant to be a daycare center. And we'd like to continue to work with the board to improve upon her licenses. Like I said, that's why we have the application to extend the hours so that there's more flexibility, the limited food service earlier in the day. I think we can all agree that this isn't a restaurant. It shouldn't be a restaurant. Maybe it should never have been licensed at a restaurant. I don't know. I wonder if the previous owners had been operating at a time where the world was operating on a more normal basis, whether these issues would have come up far before Miss May took over this business. Because from 20 to 22, we were limited on what kind of food service we could have, and we were limited to being able to gather together in groups and eat and enjoy ourselves. And so she came in kind of at the perfect storm where the people were going out of business. She came in and took over knowing that this was a resource for her and was a safe haven for her and her children, and wanting to be able to continue that for herself and to provide that for others, and has little by little been trying to improve upon this method of operations and improve upon the business in order to meet those needs and to do it in a way that is in compliance and in the expectations of ABCA. She is in no way willfully or negligently conducting her business. She is trying her best to get up to speed and do what she needs to do. I know you see me here and you wonder, how could we have gotten this far if I'm here and I'm working with her? But I only came onto the scene a couple of months ago after Mr. Garcia's first 3 visits, one right after the other. He and I have talked to each other. We've met on a couple of occasions prior to now, and Ms. May and I are working together to implement better practices and do what needs to be done so that she can stay in compliance. And including, these reports, she has had food service from the first day, but it is not a restaurant, and that's why we feel strongly about changing the type of license. But we will certainly take the advice and guidance of ABCA as to what is the best type of license that will meet the needs and enable her to carry out the method of a variety of operations that to keep the business profitable and to respond to the community and provide the services that they're asking for.
Thank you for the representation that you made, Ms. Santiago, and I need to applaud Ms. May that she has reached out. I'm saying this from the perspective, I'm an attorney, so we never get called in before the problems occur. Is that we get called in when there are problems and we're trying to fix them. So I appreciate the fact that she has recognized the fact that she needs more services or more guidance, and so we're hoping that you provide the proper guidance. But I implore upon Ms. May. Our agency provides free training for new licensees. We provide all type of trainings. And so I implore you as a new license, it doesn't matter what type of license that you have, that you avail yourself of some of these free trainings that the agency provides to ensure that you are aware of the law and you're aware of what it is that you need to do to operate efficiently. All right. So the board will take this matter under advisement. I don't know what we're going to do, but I mean, we will instruct you what is it that we believe, whether or not this is a proper type of license, or whether or not we believe a different type. You should apply for a different type of license, and I think that's the next step. So we will advise you what type of license, whether or not we believe you should move forward with the process of applying for a CX license, or based on what we gathered today, we might say to you that we believe that a different type of license class is, based on what was presented, is a better license to pursue, because we all agree that the CR license is not the appropriate license currently. Okay.
And a decision, I guess, what's the next steps with the change of hours?
Yeah, so that's what I wanted to ask Mr. Anderson.
That has nothing to do with what we talk about today. So I don't know where that is. I don't know where that is on the train. And so if has that been placarded? So you're asking for substantial change. Has that been placarded?
Yeah, so as I mentioned earlier, when Mr. Grant was asking about or I think it was Mr. Grant had asked about the ANC, the substantial change went through the full process. It was placarded. There was no objection. It was scheduled to be, the new license issued with the new hours on January 10th. And someone, I don't know who it was, but someone, I believe in the legal department or in the hearings, someone within the agency asked the licensing department to just hold on it until after this hearing. And so, Mr. Garcia mentioned a couple of different incidences with the hours. I think there was some confusion on the part of the staff, not understanding that just because we applied for it, it was an immediate, they could just go forward and change the hours. And they've been informed that that wasn't the case. Everybody is eagerly awaiting to be able to adjust the operations with the new hours. And so I understand that you don't know where it is, but since we were told it was being put on hold until after this hearing, I would just ask if there's any way that you could have a conversation with licensing or let somebody know that we've requested, if they could allow that to be approved and the license issued with those new hours, because we've waited patiently for this hearing, and it would really be helpful to Ms. May and to her staff to know that those hours had, and there was no objection. So it would have already happened, but for this hearing.
All right, I will find out from our legal office where this case is, and if this is something that was ripe for the board to vote on, then I will ensure that it appears on our agenda next week for vote. If that's because if it's there, we have to have a public vote. And so that would be, if it's ripe, then I will ensure that it's on our agenda for next week's meeting. For
Thank you.
if it's ready. But I will inquire on that to make sure that that issue is addressed. Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
All right. Thank you. I will take this matter under advisement. We're going to be off the record for it's 12:04. We'll come back on the record at 12:10 for our next case. Okay. All right. So we're off the record until 10 minutes after 12. All right. Thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
All right. Thanks. Bye-bye. We're back on the record. All right. The next case in our calendar is case number 23 CMP 00007. Kazera Lounge, license number 117490. Excuse me, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee and the investigator if there's any witnesses for this case? Thank you.
Chris Southcott, your access has been elevated. Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. Mekedis, your access has been elevated. Mescarum Balku, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
All right, is Miss Balku, are you the interpreter?
Yes.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, please? Can you identify yourself for the record? Please spell and state your name for the record, ma'am.
Mescarum Balko, Meskeram, first name. Last name Balkew. I'm the Amharic interpreter.
All right. Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate these proceedings from English into Amharic and from Amharic into English?
I do.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Can you tell the licensee that they need to turn their camera on, please?
ወይዘሮ መቅደስ ካሜራዎትን ይክፈቱ።
ኦኬ
መቅደስ
አቤት
ይክፈቱ።
እሺ ከፍቻለሁ
ካሜራውን ይክፈቱ።
ከፈትኩ ይታያል
አልመጡም አይታዩም።
ኖ ሴቲንግ አታርገው ስታርት እሺ
አሁን መጥተዋል።
Okay.
All right. Good afternoon. Mr. Southcott, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Chris Southcott, first name Chris, last name Southcott from DC's Office of the Attorney General representing the district.
ስሜ ክሪስቶፈር ሳውስኮት ይባላል። የዲሽን ገቨርንመንት ወክዬ ነው የተገኘሁት።
And Miss Yefeshetet, I apologize, but can you please ask her to please spell and state her name for the record?
ስሞትን ከነ ስፔሊንጉ ይናገሩ።
መቅደስ የዋላሸት MEKEDES YEHUALSHET.
And what is her relationship to this establishment?
ከካዚራ ላውንጅ ጋር ያለው ግንኙነት ምንድን ነው?
ባለቤት ነኝ።
I am the owner.
Thank you. All right, this is a show cause hearing, Mr. Southcott. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No preliminary matters from the government.
ዛሬ ጉዳዩ የሚታይበት ቀን ነው። አስቀድማችሁ የምትሉት ነገር አሉ ያሏቸው የለንም አሉ።
All right. So basically, what we will this is a show cause hearing. The government has a burden. The way the process will work, the government will go first. So we'll have an opening statement. The government can make an opening statement. Then the licensee can make an opening statement.
በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ ጉዳዩ የሚሰማው በመንግስት ወክለው ያሉ ሰው ቅድሚያ የማስረዳት ሸክም ያለባቸው እሳቸው ናቸው። ቀድሞ እነሱ ያስረዳሉ። ከዛ በኋላ እርስዎ ካዚራ ላውንጅ በተራቸው የራሳቸውን ጉዳይ ያቀርባሉ።
Once we have had the opening statements, then the government who has the burden, the government will call its witnesses. Once the government has called its witness, ask questions, the licensee has an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, and then the board will ask questions of the witness.
ስለዚህ የማስረዳት ሸክም ያለበት የመንግስት ወክለው የመጡት ናቸው። መንግስት ነው እና የመክፈቻ ንግግር ያደርጋሉ። በመክፈቻ ንግግራቸውን ካደረጉ በኋላ ምስክሮቻቸውን እንዲሰማ ያደርጋሉ። እርስዎ ካዚራ ላውንጅ ደግሞ ጉዳዩ ከቀረበ ከተሰማ በኋላ ካስረዱ በኋላ መስቀለኛ ጥያቄ መጠየቅ መብት አላችሁ።
Once the government has presented its case, then if the licensee has witnesses, then they will call their witnesses to present their case.
በመንግስት በኩል ያሉት ጉዳያቸውን ጉዳዩን ካስረዱ ከጨረሱ በኋላ ካዚራ ላውንጅ ጥያቄ ካላቸው ወይም ደግሞ ምስክር ካላቸው ማቅረብ ይችላሉ።
Do you have any questions, ma'am, before we start?
ጥያቄ አለው ወይዘሮ መቅደስ?
አይ የለኝም።
No, I don't have.
Mr. Southcott, do you wish to do an opening statement?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Southcott, ይክፈቱ የመክፈቻ ንግግሮን ያድርጉ።
Good morning, and may it please the board. Members of the board, there's a number that I'd like you to have in your mind, and that number is 22 minutes. 22 minutes is about the average length of a sitcom episode. You can tell an entire story in 22 minutes. 22 minutes is a long time. 22 minutes.
Remember.
Yeah.
Remember, yeah.
How much should I be speaking before allowing the interpreter to?
Why don't you ask her how long can you speak before she starts to interpret? So how much information can she absorb before she can interpret? So ma'am, how much information can you absorb?
One or two sentences at a time.
Okay.
Okay.
ስለዚህ እንደምናደራችሁ ቦርዱ እንዲያስታውስ የምፈልገው 22 ደቂቃ አንድ ኤፒሶድ የሚታይበት ነው። 22 ደቂቃ ብዙ ነገሮች የሚነገሩበት ነው እና ይህንን 22 ደቂቃ የሚለውን ቁጥር እንድትይዙልኝ እፈልጋለሁ።
Should I continue?
Yes, yeah. She said one or two sentences, so maybe after a couple of sentences, then you stop. Yes.
Thank you. 22 minutes is also how long it took after ABCA investigators arrived at Casino Lounge before they were granted access inside. The evidence will show that at 2:58 a.m. on January 20th, 2023, ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz tried to open the door to Casino Lounge to conduct an after-hours regulatory inspection after he heard music and saw patrons inside.
You spoke more than 4 sentences, so I'll translate the first 2 and you will repeat the rest. So here 22 ደቂቃ የእኛ መርማሪዎች ካዚራ ላውንጅ በሄዱ ጊዜ እስኪከፈትላቸው የጠበቁበት ሰዓት ነው። ያንን በሀሳባችሁ እንድትይዙልኝ እፈልጋለሁ። And the time and the date your investigator went to there?
2:58 a.m. on January 20th, 2023, ABCA investigator Mark Perez tried to open the door to conduct an after-hours regulatory inspection.
January 18th?
20th.
28 ጃንዋሪ 28 2021 2 ሰዓት ከ58 ከሌሊቱ ላይ 8 ሰዓት ከ58 የላይሰንስ ሰጪው አካል መርማሪ ሄዶ ሙዚቃ ሰምተውና ሰዎች የሚስተናገዱ መሆኑን ሰምተው ኢንቨስቲጌት ሊያደርግ ሄዶ ነበር።
But nobody came to open the door. Despite consistently knocking on the front door and announcing himself, investigator Ruiz was repeatedly denied entry while Kazira attempted to usher patrons out the back entrance.
ደጋግሞ በወቅቱ ሙዚቃም የሰዎችም ድምፅ ከውስጥ እየተሰማም ቢሆን ደጋግሞ ቢያንኳኳም ቢከፍትለት አላገኘም።
So, ABCA investigator Christopher Condon went to the lounge's back door, and by the time he arrived, he too found it locked.
ስለዚህ የፊት በሩም ሲያንኳኩ ስላልተከፈተላቸው መርማሪው በኋላ በር ሄዶ ቢያንኳኩም ያኛውም እንደተዘጋ አዩ።
And despite him also repeatedly pounding on the door remained shut until 3:20 a.m., 22 minutes after investigators first tried to enter.
የኋላውንም በር ቢደበድቡም 22 ደቂቃ ድረስ ከ3 ከ22 እስከሚሆን ድረስ በሩ አልተከፈተላቸውም 22 ደቂቃ ሙሉ።
During those 22 minutes, you'll hear that ABCA investigators told the establishment that they will call the fire marshal to break the doors down owing to the hazard of locking patrons inside.
ስለዚህ የመርማሪው ለፋየር ዲፓርትመንት ደውሎ በሩን ሰብረው እንዲገቡ እና እዛ በመስተናገድ ላይ ያሉትን ሰዎች እንዲያዩ በሩ እንዲሰበር የፋየር ዲፓርትመንትን ጠርተው ሲጠሩ ትሰማላችሁ።
And when investigators did get inside, you will hear how the owner provided misleading statements to obstruct ABCA's investigation.
ስለዚህ በሩ ተሰብረው ከገቡ በኋላ ባለቤቷ መርማሪውን የሚያሳስት መረጃ ሲሰጡ ተሰምቷል።
When investigator Condon asked for identification and asked who the manager was, the owner, Ms. Makeres Yahualashet, refused to provide ID or to identify herself as the owner, and instead told investigator Condon that the manager had left.
ስለዚህ ወይዘሮ መቅደስ እርሶን አይዲ እንዲያሳዩና ማናጀሩ ማን እንደሆነና መታወቂያ እንዲያሳዩ ሲጠየቁ እርሶ ማናጀሩ ሄዷል አሉና መታወቂያ ለማሳየት ፈቃደኛ አልነበሩም።
Once the front door was eventually opened, you'll see that investigator Ruiz entered and immediately identified Ms. Yahualashet as the owner, yet she still did not admit to owning the establishment.
በቪዲዮ እንግዲህ ያላቸው ማለት ነው። ስታዩ የፊት ለፊቱ በር ሲከፈት መርማሪው ወይዘሮ መቅደስ ባለቤቷ እንደሆኑ አውቃቸው ነበር፣ ግን እሳቸው ባለቤት ነኝ ብለው አላሉም ወይም ደግሞ ያንን እንትን ብለዋል።
Only after repeated questioning by ABCA investigators did Ms. Yahualashet identify herself as the owner.
በተደጋጋሚ ጥያቄዎች በኋላ ነው ወይዘሮ መቅደስ የዚህ የካዚራ ላውንጅ ባለቤት እኔ ነኝ ብለው ያመኑት ከብዙ ጥያቄዎች በኋላ ነው፣ ተደጋጋሚ ጥያቄ በኋላ።
So the district seeks to bring 3 charges against Kazira Lounge.
ስለዚህ በዚህ የተነሳ ዲስትሪክት ኦፍ ኮሎምቢያ ማለት ነው 3 የክሶችን በካዚራ ላውንጅ ላይ ሊመሰረት ይፈልጋል።
1 charge for extending the hours of operation in violation of DC Code Section 25-762A and B13.
የመጀመሪያው ክስ ከተፈቀደላቸው ሰዓት ውስጥ ውጪ ስራ በመስራት ወይ መጠጥ በመሸጥ ነው እና የጠቀሱት የህጉን ቁጥር ጠቅሰውታል 25-28 የሚለውና የቀረውን አላገኘሁትም።
and 2 charges for failing to cooperate with an ABCA or MPD investigation.
ሁለተኛው ክስ ደግሞ ከመርማሪው ጋር ትብብር ባለማሳየታቸው ጥያቄን ባለመመለስ ምናምን ለመርማሪው ቀና ትብብር ባለማሳየታቸው
The extending hours of operation charge is simple. You will see evidence that the establishment's licensed hours of operation for Thursdays is 8:30 a.m. to 2 a.m.
ሰዓት ከተፈቀደላቸው ሰዓት ውጭ መጠጥ የመሸጡ በንግድ ፍቃዳቸው ላይ በግልጽ ይታያል። ያቀላል ነው። ፍቃዳቸው ኦን ሰርስዴይ ሐሙስ ከ8 ሰዓት ከ2 ሰዓት ተኩል ማታ እስከ ከሌሊቱ 8 ሰዓት ብቻ ነው መሸጥ ፍቃድ ያላቸው።
By the time ABCA investigators arrived and announced themselves, Kazira Lounge was still operating at almost 3 a.m.
መርማሪው ካዚራ ላውንጅ ያንን ምርመራ ሊያደርግ በሄደበት ጊዜ ላውንጁ እስከ ምሽቱ 9 ሰዓት ድረስ ክፍት ነበረ።
The interference charges are similarly simple. The district will show that one of those charges stems from the establishment's refusal to allow ABCA investigators and MPD officers to enter the premises for 22 minutes.
ሁለተኛው ክስ ቀና ትብብር አለማሳየት በሩ ሲንኳኳ ከፍተው ለመርማሪዎቹ አለማስገባታቸው ነው። ያም ህጉን የመጣስ ነው። መተባበር ነበረባቸው።
This, despite the mandate of DC Code section 25-823A5A that establishments are to allow inspections without delay.
የዲሲ ህግ አሁን የጠቀሱት ህግ መሰረት ማንም የንግድ ቤት መርማሪዎች በሚመጡበት ጊዜ ከፍቶ የማስገባት ግዴታ አለበት። ለመርማሪዎች በሩን ክፍት ማድረግ አለበት።
The district will show that the other interference charge stems from the owner's dishonest conduct by violating DC Code section 25-823A5C, where she told investigator Condon that the manager had left, refused to identify herself, and then only after she was discovered by investigator Ruiz told ABCA investigators that everyone inside the establishment was an employee, despite investigators witnessing dozens of people inside.
ሶስተኛው ክስ ደግሞ ካሳዩት ያልተገባ ባህሪ ወይም ደግሞ የማይታመን ባህሪ ነውና ያ ደግሞ ያን ጥሰት ያደረጉት በተደጋጋሚ የዚህ ስታብሊሽመንት ምንድነው ላውንጅ ባለቤት ማን ነው ተብሎ ሲጠየቁ እኔ ነኝ ብለው ባለማለታቸው ማናጀሩ ሄዷል የለም ብለው በማለታቸውና ቤት ውስጥ ያሉ ሰዎች በሙሉ ጠጪዎቹ ሰራተኞች ናቸው ብሎ በማለት በመዋሸት ያልተገባ ባህሪ በማሳየታቸው ነው።
So the district asked that at the conclusion of this evidentiary hearing that the board find Kazira Lounge liable for the 3 charges. Thank you.
ስለዚህ በእነዚህ መሰረት እነዚህ በቀረቡት መረጃ መሰረት ሊያብል ነው ተጠያቂ ናቸው።
Ma'am, do you wish to make an opening statement now, or do you want to defer until you present your case?
አሁን የመክፈቻ ንግግር ማድረግ ይፈልጋሉ? ከዛ ማቅረብ ይፈልጋሉ ወይስ ቆይተው በኋላ ላይ ማድረግ ይፈልጋሉ? ሁሉም ከተሰማ በኋላ
አይ ማድረግ እፈልጋለሁ።
Yes, I want to make a statement.
Okay, go ahead.
ቀጥሉ።
በመጀመሪያ
hold on. I do not want that gentleman, either he's representing you or he's not. If he's representing you, he can speak. I do not want to have you having communication with anyone when you're talking to me, ma'am.
እዛ አሁን የሚታየው ሰው እርሶን የሚወክል ከሆነ ስሙን ተናግሮ መናገር ይችላል። ከዛ ውጭ ግን ማንም ሰው እዚህ ተገኝቶ እንዲናገር ወይም እንዲገኝ አልፈልግም።
እሺ፣ አይ እሱ ስለነበረ ነው በዛ ጊዜና ለዛ ነው።
He was present at that time. That's why he's here.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I can't have him telling her what to say. She's speaking. If she wants him to testify later on as a witness, he can. But while she is making any statement, he should not be whispering things in her ear. That's what I'm asking.
ምስክር ከሆኑ በኋላም ለምስክር ቀርበው መመስከር ይቻላሉ። ከዛ ውጭ ግን ይሄንን ተናገሪ ይሄን እያሉ በጆሮ ሹክ እያሉ ሊነግሮት ወይም ደግሞ የሚናገሩትን ሊነግሮት አይገባም፣ አይችሉም።
ኦኬ እሺ
ኦኬ
Go ahead, ma'am.
ይናገሩ፣ ይቀጥሉ።
ኦኬ በመጀመሪያ እኔ መጠጥ አልሸጥኩኝም። ከተፈቀደልሽ ሰዓት በኋላ የተባለው መጠጥ አልሸጥኩኝም በዛ ወቅት እና የሆነ
አንዴ first of all I didn't sold alcohol after hours. I didn't. እሺ
እና የሆነ በርዝዴ ነበረ ሙዚቃ ስለነበረ ምንም ነገር የምሰማው ነገር አልነበረም። በር ሲንኳኳም ሆነ ምንም እኔ አልሰማውኝም። እና እኔ አይ ዶንት ኖ ማን እንደዚህ አሁን እኔ ባለቤት አይደለም አይዲያ አላሳይም ምናምን እንደዚህ አይነት ነገር እኔ ያልኩትም እኔ አላስታውስም። እኔ ማንንም እንደዛ ያልኩትም የለም። እኔ እንጃ እንደዚህ አላስታውስም።
As that day, it was a birthday celebration at the establishment. There was loud music. That's why I didn't hear them when they are knocking. And I never say, I don't remember even denying or saying I won't show ID. I don't remember even saying that.
All right. Okay, that's all this is an opening statement. So she's going to get an opportunity later on. She can call witnesses, but I just want to say, this was just her opening statement as what was just done by the government.
ልክ የመንግስቱ ተወካይ እንዳደረጉት ሁሉ ለእርሶ በኋላ እድሉ ይኖሮታል ምስክሮችን አቅርቦ ለማስመስከር እና ለመናገር። ግን ልክ እንደ የመንግስቱ ተወካይ እንዳደረጉት ሁሉ ይሄ የእርሶ መክፈቻ ንግግር ነው ማለት ነው። Yes.
Yes, what did she say?
This is my opening statement.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Southcott, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, I do. The district wishes to call investigator Mark Ruiz.
ምስክር ሚስ ሳውስኮት ምስክር አሎት ያቀርባሉ ብለው ሲላቸው አዎ ኢንቨስቲጌተሩ what's the name of the investigator? I'm sorry.
Mark Ruiz, ma'am. It's on the screen.
Okay. ማርክ ሉዊስ የሚባሉት መርማሪ በወቅቱ ወደ እናንተ ጋር የመጡትን መርማሪ እሳቸውን የመጀመሪያ ምስክር አድርጌ ያቀርባለሁ።
Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please?
Ruiz.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
ቃለ መሐላ ነው ያስገባቸው።
And I just want to remind both the attorney and the witness that this has been translated. So please be mindful in your questions and your answers.
አስተራርገሚያ እድል እየሰጣችሁ ነው ያሏቸው።
Good afternoon, Investigator Ruiz. Can you please identify yourself to the board?
እንደምናረፈዱ መርማሪ ሉዊስ እባክዎት ስሞትን እና የስራ ድርሻውን ያስተዋውቁ።
Yes, I am ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz, MARKRUIZ.
ማርክ ሩይዝ እባላለሁ፣ የአብካ መርማሪ ነኝ።
And how long have you been an investigator for ABCA?
ለአብካ ኢንቨስቲጌቲቭ መርማሪ ሆኖ ሲሰሩ ስንት ጊዜ ሆነው?
4 years and 11 months.
4 ወር ከ11 4 ዓመት ከ11 ወር።
And what are your duties in that role as investigator?
የስራ ድርሻው ምንድነው እንደ መርማሪ?
To conduct inspections and investigations of ABC licensed establishments within the District of Columbia.
በዋሽንግተን ውስጥ የንግድ ፈቃድ ያላቸው የንግድ ቤቶች እነሱን መመርመር፣ ምርመራ ማድረግ፣ ኢንስፔክሽን ማድረግ ነው ስራዬ።
And as an investigator, do you receive training on how to identify violations of various provisions of the DC Code?
ስለዚህ ለስራው የሚገባ የዋሽንግተን ህጎችንና ስራውን እንዴት መስራት እንደሚገባው የሚያበቃ ስልጠና ወስደዋል?
Yes.
አዎ።
Are you familiar with Kazira Lounge?
ከዚራ ላውንጅን ያውቃሉ?
Yes.
አዎ።
How are you familiar with them?
እንዴት ነው ሊያውቁት የቻሉት?
I conducted several investigations involving this establishment.
ከዚራ ላውንጅን በሚመለከት የተለያዩ ምርመራዎች አድርጌ ያውቃለሁ።
I'll focus on the night of the incident in question. Did you attempt to conduct an investigation of Kazira Lounge in the early morning hours of January 20th, 2023?
Yes.
ይሄ በተባለው ቀን ጥር 28 2023 ሁኔታው ተፈጠረ በተባለ ቀን ምርመራ ሊያደርጉ ሄደው ነበር? አዎ።
Can you describe how you came to start an investigation?
ምርመራው ሲጀምሩ እንዴት እንደነበረ ሊገልጹልን ይችላሉ?
Yes. Myself and ABCA investigator Condon were traveling back to the office down Georgia Avenue when we passed the establishment and observed patrons entering the establishment, and we heard music.
እኔና ሌላ ካንደን ወር የሚባል መርማሪ ከስራ ወደ እየተመለስን ነበርና በዛ አካባቢ ስናልፍ ካዚራ ላውንጅ ክፍት ሆኖ ጠጪዎች ወደ ውስጥ ሲገቡ ተመለከትን።
Approximately what time did this occur?
ስንት ሰዓት አካባቢ ይሆናል ይሄ?
2:55 a.m.
ከሌሊቱ 8 ሰዓት ከ55 ሰዓት አካባቢ።
Did you contact the Metropolitan Police Department?
ለፖሊስ ደውለው ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
About how long after you contacted them were they present on scene?
Would you mind repeating the question?
Approximately how long after you contacted MPD were they present?
At the present?
No,
Were
ma'am.
they at the establishment?
The police.
Rephrase the question. She's not getting what you're saying. So I understand, but she's not understanding the question you're asking, sir.
Yeah, I do, but I didn't hear the last words.
How long did it take for MPD to arrive?
Police ስፍራ እስኪደርስ ስንት ደቂቃ ፈጀ?
It was about 5 to 6 minutes.
5 ወይ 6 ደቂቃ አካባቢ ይሆናል።
So just so we're clear here, these incidents occurred early on a Friday morning, but for the purposes of determining hours of sale and operation, would you look to the hours of operation for Friday or for Thursday?
ይሄንን ግልጽ ለማድረግ የተፈቀደላቸውን ሰዓት ለማወቅ አሁን ሰዓቱ በሐሙስ ነው ወይስ በአርብ ነው የሚይዙት?
For Thursday.
Thursday ለሐሙስ ነው በሐሙስ ነው በምንይዘው።
At this time, I'd like to direct the board's attention to the case report and share my screen so I can have the investigator read from a portion of it.
ስለዚህ ይሄ አሁን ቦርዱ ይሄንን አሁን ማሳየውን ስክሪን እንዲያውልኝ እዚህ ላይ ትኩረት እንዲሰጡልኝ እፈልጋለሁ። ምክንያቱም የመርማሪው ሪፖርቱን እንዲያነቡልኝ ስለምፈልግ።
Mr. Ariana, can you allow Mr. Southcott to share his screen?
Access has been granted.
Thank you.
Can the board see this?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Ruiz, what is this document?
ይሄ የሚነበበው ዶክመንት ምንድን ነው ነው የሚሏቸው?
This is the establishment's settlement agreement.
ይሄ የሚታየው ዶክመንት የካዚራ ላውንጅ የፈረሙት ስምምነት ነው።
Does this document list the establishment's hours of operation?
ይሄ ሰነድ የተፈቀደላቸውን የስራ ሰዓት ያሳያል?
Yes.
አዎ።
What are the establishment's hours of operation for Thursdays?
የሰርስ ሐሙስ ሊሰሩ የተፈቀደላቸው ከምን ሰዓት እስከ ምን ሰዓት ነው?
8:30 a.m. to 2 o'clock a.m.
ከጠዋቱ 2 ሰዓት ተኩል እስከ ሌሊቱ 8 ሰዓት።
Thank you. So if an establishment is operating after 2 a.m., then is it in violation of its obligation to operate only until 2 a.m.?
አንድ የንግድ ድርጅት ከተፈቀደለት ሰዓት ውጭ ለምሳሌ አሁን ከሌሊቱ 8 ሰዓት በኋላ ስራ እየሰራ ቢገኝ ያንን ህጉን ጥሷል ማለት አንችልም? አዎ።
Does an establishment need to be selling alcohol in order to be operating in violation of its hours?
ስለዚህ የህግ ጥሰት ነው ብሎ ለማለት አልኮል መሸጥ አለበት?
No.
አዎ። አይደለም።
So by the time you arrived, it was close to an hour after the establishment's hours of operation for Thursdays, correct?
እናንተ እዛ ስትደርሱ ከተፈቀደላቸው ሰዓት ውጭ እያለቀ ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
When you arrived at Kazira Lounge, did the establishment appear to be in operation, and how could you tell?
ስለዚህ ካዚራ ላውንጅ ስትደርሱ ንግድ ቤቱ ክፍት ሆኖ ነበር እና ክፍት ሆኖ ስራ ላይ ነበር ብሎ ማለት በምን ልታውቁ ቻላችሁ? በምን መልኩ ልትገልጹ ቻላችሁ? በምን አወቃችሁ?
Yes. We indicated to be operating by what appeared to be patrons entering the establishment, as well as music being played and disco lights being observed flashing throughout the establishment.
ጠጪዎች ወደ ንግድ ቤቱ ሲገቡና ሙዚቃ ነበር እና የብልጭ ድርግም የሚለው መብራትም ይታይ ነበር ስራ ላይ ያለ ስራ ላይ እንዳለ የሚያሳውቅ።
Did the individuals inside Kazira appear to be employees or patrons?
ውስጥ ያገኛቸው ሰዎች ተቀጣሪዎች ይመስላሉ ወይስ ጠጪዎች፣ ደንበኞች፣ እንግዶች ይመስላሉ?
Appeared to be patrons.
ተስተናጋጆች ወይም ጠጪዎች ነው የሚመስሉት?
Based on your knowledge and experience as an ABCA investigator, do you believe that the establishment was operating outside of its licensed hours?
በእርሶ እውቀትና ግምት መሰረት ካዚራ ላውንጅ ከተፈቀደለት ሰዓት ውጭ እየሰራ ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
At some point after arriving, did you start taking a video of the establishment with your phone?
እዛ ከደረሳችሁ ከገባችሁ ከጥቂት ደቂቃዎች በኋላ በስልኮ ቪዲዮ ማንሳት ጀመሩ? አዎ።
Why did you start recording?
ለምን መቅረጽ ጀመሩ?
Due to the delay of opening the door to document what was going on inside the establishment.
ምክንያቱም በወቅቱ በሩን ስላልከፈተው እና በሩን ስላልተከፈተልን ማስረጃ ለመያዝ ነው። በሩ ተከፍቶ የሚፈልገው ማስረጃ መያዝ ስላልቻለን ነው።
So what happened when you first arrived at the establishment and tried to enter?
እዛ ደርሳችሁ ወደ ውስጥ ለመግባት በሞከራችሁ ጊዜ ምን ተፈጠረ?
The front door was found to be locked, and at that time, with MPD present, began to knock and alert, identify ourselves as ABRA and MPD.
በወቅቱ የፊት ለፊቱ በር መግቢያው በሩ ዝግ ነበርና ከፖሊስ ጋር ሆኖን አንኳኳን። ራሳችንን ገልጸን እኔ የአብካ መርማሪ ነኝ፣ ይሄ ፖሊስ ነው፣ በሩን ክፈቱ በሚል ራሳችንን አሳውቀን በሩን አንኳኳን።
During which time, knocking with no one answering, the establishment's music was turned off.
በሩ ስናንኳኳ አልተከፈተም። ከውስጥ ይሰማ የነበረው ሙዚቃ ግን ጠፋ።
Would you recognize the video that you took from outside of the establishment looking inwards?
በወቅቱ ወስደውት ቀርጸውት የነበረውን ቪዲዮ ቢያዩት አሁን ያስታውሱታል? ከውጭ ሆነው የቀረጹትን?
At this point, I'd like to pull up what's been marked as Exhibit 1 in the case report, which is Investigator Ruiz's video footage.
የቪዲዮ ሚስተር ሩይዝ መርማሪ ሩይዝ የወሰዱትን የቀረጹትን ቪዲዮ እንደ ማስረጃ ወይም ኤግዚቢት 1 ተብሎ እንዲያዝልኝ ይፈልጋለሁ።
Investigator Ruiz, do you recognize this video?
ይህንን ቪዲዮ ያስታውሱታል?
Yes.
አዎ።
So I'm going to attempt to play this, and hopefully we can also get the audio that is associated with it. Members of the board, if you could let me know if you can hear what is happening in the video.
ይህንን ቪዲዮ አሁን ማሰማት ጀምራለሁ። ቦርዱ ምናልባት ይሰማችሁ እንደሆነ ግለጹልኝ።
Was that, could individuals hear that on your end?
No.
One moment. I'm going to try again.
ደግሜ ሞክረዋለሁ ለማጫወት።
No, sir, I cannot hear any volume.
ድምፅ አይሰማኝም።
It's frustrating. I can hear it on my end. I don't know why it's not being conveyed over. I am attempting to share my computer's audio, and
ለእኔ
obviously
ይሰማኛል። ለእናንተ ለምን እንዳልተሰማችሁ አላውቅም። ያን ላስተካከል እሞክራለሁ።
could members hear that?
No, I haven't heard anything.
ሰማም?
At this point, I guess I'd like to ask the board how they want me to proceed with this. I was planning on going through video footage where you can very clearly hear individual conversations, and which is relevant to these charges. I know that Investigator Ruiz has reviewed this footage, and so I could have them testify to it, but If we can't seem to get the audio working, I would appreciate just sort of some guidance from the board on how to proceed.
ድምፁ ስላልተሰማ መርማሪው ይህን ቪዲዮ ማንሳታቸውን ይመሰክራሉ ውስጡ ስለሚታየው ነገር። ነገር ግን እንዴት እንሄድበት ብሎ የሚለውን የቦርዱን አስተያየት እፈልጋለሁ።
Well, if you can, why don't you have the witness? Did the witness take the video, or was the witness at this video?
The witness took
When
this.
the video was, I'm sorry.
The witness took this video.
Alright, so,
ምስክሩ ናቸው ይህን ቪዲዮ ያነሱት።
so why don't you ask the witness about the video? Let the witness describe the video if he took the video.
ምስክሩ ከሆኑ ይሄንን ቪዲዮ የቀረጹት ለምን እሳቸው ስለ ቪዲዮ እንዲያስረዱ አታደርጋቸውም?
I can do that.
ማድረግ እችላለሁ።
Investigator Ruiz, have you reviewed that video prior to today's proceedings?
ከዚህ ስሚ በፊት ይሄንን ቪዲዮ መልሰው አይተውት ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
On that video, and when you were conducting this, were you repeatedly knocking on the door saying, "Open the door, it's Abrin MPD"?
ይሄንን በሚቀርጽበት ጊዜ የድምፁን እየደጋገሙ እያንኳኩ አብራንን ፖሊስ ነን እያሉ እየተናገሩ ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
Do you recall seeing individuals go out the back of the establishment and recording that in the video?
ስለዚህ እየቀረጹ እያለ ሰዎች በጓሮ በጀርባ በኩል ሲወጡ ያዩ ያንንም ሰዎች በጀርባ እየወጡ ነው ብለው እየተናገሩ ቀርጸዋል?
Yes, they were being ushered out by security staff.
አዎ በደህንነት ጠባቂዎች በሴኩሪቲዎች በኋላ በኩል ሲያስወጧቸው አይቻለሁኝ።
Approximately how many people were inside the establishment when you started recording?
በግምት ምን ያህል ሰዎች ይገኙ ነበር በወቅቱ?
I would estimate approximately 40 plus.
40 እና በላይ የሚሆኑ ሰዎች በወቅቱ እዛ ነበሩ።
Do you recall in your review of the video you saying that it's just interference?
ይሄ ያስታውሳሉ? እየቀረጹ እያለ ይሄ ጣልቃ ገብነት ነው ብለው ሲሉ ማለትዎን ያስታውሳሉ?
Yes, while knocking on the door, you would be able to see in the video as well as individuals looking at the door while I'm knocking and yelling, as well as peeking around a corner, watching us.
ይህን የቀረስኩ ያሉ ሰዎች ጥግ ይዘው ሁሉ ሆነው ሲያዩን በውስጥም በኩል እያሾለቁ ሲያዩን ይታይ ነበረ።
And why does that behavior constitute interference?
ስለዚህ ያንን ማድረጋቸው እንዴት ነው ጣልቃ ገብነት ወይም ደግሞ ህጉን መጋፋት የመቃወም ነገር የሚሆነው?
They were purposely delaying our entry into the establishment.
ስለዚህ ያንን ያደርጉ የነበረው እኛ ወደ ውስጥ ገብተን የሚደረገውን ነገር እንዳናይ እንቅፋት ለመሆን ነበር። እንቅፋት ነበር እያደረጉ የነበረው፣ ያደናቀፉ ነበር።
Does an establishment have an obligation to allow ABCA and MPD investigators inside without delay?
ስለዚህ በህጉ መሰረት ካዜራ ላውንጅ ፖሊስንና የአብካን መርማሪዎች ያለምንም መዘግየት በር ሲንኳኳ ከፍቶ የማስገባት ግዴታ አለባቸው።
Yes.
አለባቸው አይደለም? አዎ።
Do you think it's possible that employees in the establishment simply could not have heard ABCA knocking on the door and announcing themselves?
እንደው በሩ ሲንኳኳ እዛ ውስጥ የነበሩ ሰራተኞች አልሰሙም ማለት እንችላለን? ማለት ይቻላል?
No.
ነው አይቻልም።
Did you see people inside the establishment cleaning up while you were recording?
እና እርስዎ እየቀረጸ እያሉ ከዝራ ላውንጅ ሰዎች ሲወጡ ለቀው እየወጡ አይተዋል?
Yes, while the patrons were exiting, they were knocking tables and chairs over and observed an individual picking them up as well as picking and moving hookah
አዎ
pipes.
የተሯሯጡ ሲወጡ አይቻለው። ጠረጴዛ እየገለበጡ ወንበር እየጣሉ አንዱን እያነሳ ተሯሩጦ ሲወጡ አይቻለው እና የሁካ የሺሻ ማጨሻዎችንም አንስተው ሲደብቁ አይቻለው።
Investigator Rose, as part of your investigation, did you review any body-worn camera footage?
Would you mind repeating that?
Investigator, as part of your investigation, did you review any body-worn camera footage?
Body-worn?
Body-worn camera.
Would you mind rephrasing that? I don't understand.
It's a particular term. It's a term that references the type of cameras that MPD officers wear, so that they aren't holding a camera. It's just attached to them. That's called a body-worn camera.
ፖሊስ ከልብሳቸው ላይ አብሮ ያለውን ካሜራ አይተው ነበር። የሪከርድ ፖሊስ አንድ ነገር በሚያደርጉበት ጊዜ የሚቀርጹትን ካሜራ አይተው ነበር በወቅቱ?
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you recognize that footage?
ያንን ቀረጻ ያስታውሱታል?
Yes.
I'm going to once more attempt to pull up footage. I will again attempt to get the audio working on this. If the audio is not working, then I think I will just play footage and so that the members of the board can see what is occurring, and then have Investigator Ruiz testify as to what is being said during that time period, if that works for the board.
አሁን ቪዲዮን ለማሳየት ሞክራለሁ። ድምፁ ካልሰራ እንትን ላለው ግን እስካሁን መርማሪዎች ሲመሰክሩት የነበረውን ነገር የሚያሳይ ምስል ነው እና ድምፅ ይሰራል ብዬ ተስፋ አደርጋለሁ። ካልሆነም ግን ምን እየተካሄደ እንደነበረ የሚያሳይ ምስል ነው።
Investigator Rez, is this the body-worn camera footage that you reviewed?
Yes.
ይህንን ምስል አይተውታል እርስዎ? ከዛሬ በስብሰባ በፊት ማለታቸው ነው።
Is there the sound should have just kicked in, at least did on my end. Can
Yes.
you hear?
Yes, it did. The sound kicked in.
Great.
ድምፅ ይሰማል ወይ ነው? አዎ።
Investigator Ruiz, is there a timestamp on this footage?
ይሄ ቪዲዮ ሰዓት ያሳያል? የፖሊሶቹ መኪና መሰለኝ።
Yes.
What is the timestamp?
Did you want it?
እዚህ ምስል ላይ የሚታይ ሰዓት አለው? አዎ። ስንት ሰዓት ይላል?
2:57 a.m.
ከሌሊቱ 8 ሰዓት ከ57 ደቂቃ ይላል።
Thank you. I am not going to play the entirety of this 33-minute video, but I did want to highlight some particular segments.
ይሄ 33 ደቂቃ የሚፈጅ ቪዲዮ ነው። ሁሉንም ሙሉውን አላሳይም፣ ግን እያለፍኩ አላሳያችሁ ሞክራለሁ።
Investigator Riz, what is the timestamp here?
እዚህ ጋር የሚታየው ሰዓት ስንት ሰዓት ነው? ስንት ይላል?
2:58.
ከሌሊቱ 8 ሰዓት ከ58 ደቂቃ
Do you recognize the two individuals in this still?
እነዚህ በምስሉ ላይ የሚታዩትን ሁለት ሰዎች ያውቋቸዋል?
Yes, that is myself and applicant investigator Chris Condon.
እኔና ሌላው የአብካ መርማሪ ክሪስ ካርነን።
Okay, I'm going to play the video.
Open the door.
Dangerous game with the legalized, weren't they?
Investigator Riz, could you describe what we saw in that footage?
አሁን የተመለከትነው ምስል ምን እንደሆነ ሊያስረዱን ይችላሉ?
Yeah, at that time, it's me identifying and instructing them to open the door, as well as you can also hear the music playing from the establishment.
ራሴን ማንነቴን ገልጬ በሩ እንዲከፍቱ እየጠየኳቸው ነበር እና ከኋላ ሙዚቃው ይሰማል። ቤቱ ሲጫወት የነበረ ሙዚቃ ይሰማችኋል።
And without showing all of the footage of you standing around knocking on the door, did you continue to announce yourself and knock on the door for several minutes?
ስለዚህ ሙሉውን ቪዲዮውን ባናሳይም እርስዎ እያንኳኩ በሩ እንዲከፈት ደጋግሞ ሲጠይቁ ነበር ለተወሰኑ ደቂቃዎች።
Yes.
አዎ።
At some point, did Investigator Condon and an MPD officer go to the back of the establishment and try and enter through the back door?
ይሄ እየተካሄደ እያለ በመሃሉ መርማሪ ካንደን እና ሌላ ፖሊስ ኦፊሰሩ በጀርባ በኩል ሄደው በሩን ለማንኳኳት ሞክረው ነበር።
Yes.
አዎ።
For the board's convenience, I'm going to skip ahead. Investigator Reese, what is the timestamp on this?
እዚህ ምስል ላይ ስንት ሰዓት ይላል? ይሄ ምስሉ ላይ የሚታየው ሰዓት ስንት ሰዓት ነው?
3:07.
ከሌሊቱ 9 ሰዓት ከ7 ደቂቃ።
This right here? Yeah, the door that was they just closed. Yeah.
We're gonna stand here all night until the door is opened. So management, open up the door. We're gonna have the fire marshals rip both doors down. You guys are preventing people from leaving, which means we're gonna have the fire marshals come rip both doors down.
Investigator Reese, could you describe what you saw in that segment of video footage?
መርማሪ ሉዊዝ አሁን እዚህ ምስል ላይ ያዩትን ነገር ሊያስረዱን ይችላሉ? ሊያብራሩልን ይችላሉ?
Yes, I was Investigator Condon and the officer arriving to the rear of the establishment with Investigator Condon knocking on the door, which he made the announcements.
Do you recognize that door?
ከጀርባ መርማሪ ካንደን እና ፖሊስ ሆነው ከጀርባ ያለውን በር እንዲከፈት ሲያንኳኩና ማንነታቸውን ሲገልጹ ነው የሚያሳየው።
Yes, that is the rear door of the establishment.
አዎ ያ የጀርባው የቤቱ የኋላ በር ነው።
Why would Investigator Condon reference calling the fire marshals?
ለምንድን ነው መርማሪ ካንደን የእሳት አደጋ ሰዎችን እንጠራለን ብለው ለምንድን ነው ያሉት? ለምን የነሱን ስም ጠቀሱ?
Due to the safety hazard of them holding the patrons inside the establishment with the doors locked, without free access in and out.
ምክንያቱም ለውስጥ ለሚገኙት ተስተናጋጆች ደህንነት ሲባል ነው እና ቤት ውስጥ ተቆልፎባቸው ሲቆዩ አደጋ ቢፈጠር ወይም በሌላ ነገር ቢሆን ለዛ ለማለት ነው። ለነሱ ደህንነት ሲባል ነው።
And does the fire marshal have the authority to break down doors where the doors are locked and patrons are inside?
ስለዚህ የፋየር ዲፓርትመንት ያንን በር የመክፈት ወይም ሰብሮ የመግባት ሰዎች ውስጥ እስከ ተቆለፈባቸው ድረስ ሰብሮ የመግባት እና እነሱን የማገዝ ነገር የማድረግ መብት አለው?
Yes, they do.
አዎ አላቸው።
We're going to skip ahead slightly.
ጥቂት ቪዲዮን አሳልፈዋለሁ።
Investigators, what is the timestamp here?
እዚህ ላይ ስንት ሰዓት ይታዩታል?
3:09.
9 ሰዓት ከ9 ደቂቃ።
Yeah, I've already said it. If you guys don't open up the door, the fire marshals are on their way to rip the door down in the front. Open the door. Open the door.
Could you describe what occurred in that club?
እዚህ ጋር ምን እንደተፈጠረ ሊገልጹልን ይችላሉ?
Yes, Investigator Condon continuing to open the door, to request them to open the door, again alerting to the potential of the fire marshal arriving.
መርማሪው በሩ እንዲከፈት ደጋግሞ ሲጠይቋቸው እና ካልተከፈተ የእሳት አደጋ ሰዎች እንደሚጠሩ እየነገሯቸው ነበር።
Would you describe Investor Condon as knocking on the door loudly, softly? How aggressively is he knocking?
በሩን መርማሪው እንዴት ነበር ሲያንኳኳ የነበረው? በኃይል ነው? በቀስታ ነው? መካከለኛ ነው? እንዴት ነበር ያንኳኳ የነበረው?
I would describe it as loudly banging doors.
በከፍተኛ ሁኔታ በድብደባ ነበር ሲያንኳኳ የነበረው።
Do you believe it's plausible that somebody inside the establishment would not be able to hear Investigator Condon knocking on the door in such a manner?
እንደዛ በሩን እየደበደቡ ከውስጥ ያሉ ሰዎች አልሰሙም ማለት ይቻላል? አይሰሙም ማለት ይቻላል ወይም አልሰሙም?
No.
አይ አይቻልም።
Does Investigator Condon continue knocking on the door for several minutes?
መርማሪው እንደገና በሩን ለጥቂት ደቂቃዎች ማንኳኳታቸውን ቀጥለው ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
For the sake of expediency, well, I do believe there is some value to the board witnessing the length of time passing between investigators arriving and the door actually being opened. I will skip ahead to when the door itself actually does get opened.
እዚህ ጋር ከመርማሪዎቹ ከደረሱበት እና በሩ እስከተከፈተበት ጊዜ ያለውን ቪዲዮ አሳልፈው እና ምን እንደሆነ ከዛ በኋላ እናያለን።
The border right here.
Investigator Ruse, what is the timestamp here?
እዚህ ጋር የሚታዩ ስንት ሰዓት ይታዩታል?
3:20.
9 ሰዓት ከ20።
Is this the first time the door has been opened since ABCA investigators arrived at the scene?
ይሄ እዚህ ጋር የሚያሳየው ሰዓት መርማሪዎቹ ከደረሱበት ጊዜ ጀምሮ በሩ ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ ሲከፈት ነው።
Yes.
አዎ
And ABCA investigators arrived and knocked and announced themselves at 2:58, correct?
መርማሪዎቹ ራሳቸውን ያስተዋወቁት 2:55 ላይ ነው አይደለም?
That's correct.
አዎ ትክክል።
So how much time elapsed between ABCA investigators first getting at the scene and the door actually being opened?
በሩ መርማሪዎቹ የደረሱበት ሰዓትና በሩን ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ በተከፈተበት ሰዓት መካከል ስንት ደቂቃዎች አለፉ?
22 minutes.
22 ደቂቃ።
Thank you. I'm going to continue playing.
You guys gonna open up? Bro, you guys can all leave. You guys can all leave, but we're gonna come in. Who's management here, bro? Do you work here, bro? Why are you guys playing games here, man? We're trying to come in. We're not trying to cause a scene. We're trying to get in. Yeah, they're opening up the back. So just hold on a second.
Excuse me.
Do you work here? Do you work here? Are you working? Yeah. Yo, what do you guys do? IDs. You work here? IDs. I need somebody.
Could you describe what occurred in that clip?
በዛ ክለብ ውስጥ ምን እንደተፈጠረ ሊገልጹልን ይችላሉ?
Yes, that's an individual that opened the door, and investigator Condon asking him several questions about opening the door and then entering into the kitchen area of the establishment.
ይሄ ግለሰብ ነው በሩን የከፈተልንና መርማሪው በወጥ ቤት በኩል አድርገው ወደ ውስጥ ሲገቡና የተወሰኑ ጥያቄዎችን ሲጠይቁ ነው።
Did investigator Condon ask for IDs?
መርማሪ ካንደን መታወቂያ ያሳዩን ብለው ጠይቀዋል?
Yes.
አዎ።
Does management of an establishment have an obligation to provide identification to ABCA investigators?
የንግድ ቤቶች ማናጀሮች መርማሪዎች በመጡ ጊዜ መታወቂያቸውን እንዲያሳዩ ግዴታ አለባቸው አይደለም?
Yes, they do.
አዎ አለባቸው።
I'm going to continue playing.
ቪዲዮ ማሳየት ቀጥላለሁ።
How are you driving home?
No, I'm
Open the
not
front
driving.
door and I need IDs. You work here, sir? We're not trying to cause a hard time. Can you open up the front door?
Can you identify the individual who's on the right?
በስተቀኝ በኩል ያለውን ግለሰብ ማን ነው ሊገልጹልን ይችላሉ?
Yes, that's Miss the owner, Miss Wallace.
ባለቤቷ ወይዘሮ መቅደስ ናቸው። በላስት ኔም ስለሚጠሩ ነው የኋላ እሸት ያሉት።
Does she identify herself to investigator Condon?
በወቅቱ ባለቤቷ እኔ ነኝ መቅደስ ነኝ ብለው ራሳቸውን አስተዋውቀው ነበር?
No.
አላስተዋወቁም።
I'll continue.
My lord, can you open up for me? Just open the door. Yeah, listen, you guys, no, because you're not causing problems. We wanted to come in here and have a chat while you guys are open. You guys lock the doors, man. That's all we're trying to do. We're trying to come in here. You guys made it way worse. So, who's managing? Who's managing? He already left? Okay, well, all the employees left. Just you two? Okay, I need IDs. IDs.
I don't have.
You have no idea. Honestly, so who's the manager that works here?
I don't know. I think he left.
Could you, investigators, what is the timestamp on this clip?
እዚህ ጋር ስንት ሰዓት ያሳዩታል?
3:22.
ከሌሊቱ 9 ሰዓት ከ22 ደቂቃ።
Did investigator Condon ask for a manager?
መርማሪ ካንደን ማናጀሩ የታለ ብለው ጠይቀው ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
And what was the owner's response?
ባለቤቷ ምን ብለው መለሱላቸው?
He's not there. I think he left.
እዚህ የለም የሄደ ይመስለኛል።
Based on your knowledge that this individual is the owner of this establishment, do you believe that an owner telling an investigator that the manager left is obstructing an ABCA investigation?
በእርሶ እውቀትና ግምት ባለቤቷ ማናጀሩ የለም ወደ ቤት ሄዷል ብለው ሲሉ የአብካን ምርመራ ማደናቀፍ ነው አይደለም?
Yes, I do.
አዎ ነው ብዬ አምናለሁ።
I'm going to skip ahead slightly. At some point, does investigator Condon ask the owner to open the front door?
ይሄ በሚካሄድበት ጊዜ መርማሪ ካንደን የፊት ለፊቱን በር እንዲከፍቱ ጠይቀዋቸው ነበር ባለቤቷን?
Yes.
አዎ።
You work here? You said you work here, right?
Miss, what's your name?
They have no IDs on.
You're the owner, aren't you?
Huh?
You look like the owner. You're the owner. Are you lying?
No, I'm
You're
not
the owner.
lying.
You're the owner.
I'm not lying. Yeah,
Get some
I'm
ID.
doing it right now.
Get some ID right now.
Investigator Ruiz, could you describe what happened in that clip?
እዚህ ጋር ምን እንደተፈጠረ ሊነግሩን ይችላሉ?
Yes, the owner opens the front door, allows us to come in, which when I entered, I recognized her as being the owner.
ባለቤቷ የፊት ለፊቱን በር ከፈቱልና ገባን። እኔም ሳያቸው ባለቤቷ እንደሆኑ አወቅኳቸው።
How did you recognize her as being the owner?
ባለቤቷ መሆኑን በምን አወቁ?
I've had prior interactions with her in the past, regular with inspections where she was identified as the owner.
ከዚህ በፊት ደጋግሜ እዛ የተለመዱ ኢንስፔክሽን ለማድረግ ምርመራ ለማድረግ ሲሄድ አውቃቸው ስለነበረ ሳያቸው አወቅኳቸው።
In this clip, immediately after you identify her as the owner, does she confirm that she is the owner?
ልክ እንዳወቋቸው ከነገሯቸው በኋላ ባለቤቷ እኔ ነኝ ብለው ራሳቸውን ገለጹ?
Yes.
አዎ።
Skip ahead slightly.
Right.
No, I'm
You
not.
have your keys on you.
No, somebody dropped me.
Okay. What do you do? He's Demetrius Poe, said. I don't know.
Just
What's your
only
name?
employee, just only employee, just.
What's your first and last name?
We didn't know what was going on, so we didn't want to open up. We let everybody leave at the same time. That's it. We didn't mean to cause any problems and all of that. We followed that and everything.
2 o'clock, you guys got to close. We're outside at 3 o'clock. You all lock the doors. How do you expect us to? What do you mean? Oh, come on, man.
This is my first.
This ain't my first bet. We're out here at 3:30 in the freezing cold, telling you guys who we
You got
are.
missed calls from me?
Ma? Who?
I've been just calling you.
We called the owner, and the owner said they're going to get in touch with whoever.
But she is the owner.
Yeah, I'm owner.
She is the.
Investigator Ruiz, what's the timestamp on this clip?
ሰዓቱ ስንት ይታዩታል እዚህ ጋር?
3:24.
9 ሰዓት ከ24 ደቂቃ።
Could you describe what occurred in this clip?
በዚህ ጊዜ ምን እንደተፈጠረ ሊነግሩን ይችላሉ?
It was a conversation at which time the owner identified herself as the owner.
ከባለቤቷ ጋራ ንግግር ነበረኝ። በዚህ ሰዓት ባለቤቷ እኔ ነኝ ብለው ራሳቸውን አስተዋወቁ፣ ገለጹ።
Did the owner try to justify why there were individuals inside the establishment this time?
በዛ ሰዓት ሰዎች ወይ ተስተናጋጆች በቤት ውስጥ ስለመገኘታቸው የሰጧችሁ ምክንያት አለ? በምን ምክንያት መጡ አሉ?
She stated they were employees, I believe. Yeah.
ሰራተኞች ናቸው ብለው እንደገለጹ ይመስለኛል። አዎ ሰራተኞች ናቸው አሉ።
Let's skip ahead a little bit. Investigator Rose, what is the timestamp for this clip?
ሰዓቱ ስንት ያሳያል እዚህ ጋር?
3:25.
So you go.
9 ሰዓት ከ25
He wants to stay away for her, that's fine, we're not staying.
Do you have lights in here? I can't take a photo.
No, last time is soccer.
There's a what?
Football.
Football. Is there lights in here? Is there lights? I can't take a photo. You have a light in the establishment. So what was even happening tonight? Why were you guys open until 3 o'clock?
No, it's not open 3 o'clock. Just I open early.
3 o'clock in the morning. Why were you guys just open
No,
till
no,
3:30?
no.
And why were customers leaving right now?
Just
3:20.
I open 4 o'clock today.
I'm not talking about when you opened.
Yeah.
Why were you open right now until 3 o'clock in the
No,
morning?
just employee. Waitress, something.
How many employees work here?
Huh?
How many employees
You
work
do
here?
not have 100 employees working.
How many employees
I
here?
know.
Man, listen.
Keep
Stop
lying.
lying. Stop lying.
I'm not lying.
We have video proof, man.
Investigator Rose, can you describe what happened in that clip?
እዚህ ጋር ምን እንደተፈጠረ ሊገልጹልን ይችላሉ?
Yes, the owners, Investigator Conan was asking about what was going on, and the owner indicating that everybody there was employees, waitresses, etc.
መርማሪ ምን እየተካሄደ ነው፣ ምን እያደረጋችሁ ነው ብሎ ሲጠይቋቸው እዛ ውስጥ ያለው ሰው ሁሉ ሰራተኛ ነው ብሎ ባለቤቷ ለመናገር ሞክረዋል።
Do you believe that this statement constitutes interfering with an ABCA investigation by providing false or misleading statements?
ተገቢና ሐሰተኛ የሆነ ንግግር በመናገር የአብካን ምርመራ የማደናቀፍ ስራ ነው ብለው ያምናሉ?
Yes.
አዎ።
Why?
ለምን?
I believe she was being truthful as for what was occurring in the establishment at that time. It was a building full of people that appeared to be enjoying a nightclub setting. It did not appear to be any employees other than who was left.
በወቅቱ እውነቱ ቢናገሩ ጥሩ ነበር። ቤቱ ሙሉ ናይት ክለብ ሆኖ ቤት ሙሉ ሰው እያለ ሰራተኞች ነው ባይሉ እውነቱን በወቅቱ ቢናገሩ ኖሮ ጥሩ ነበር።
I'm going to stop sharing the video. Based on your knowledge and experience as an ABCA investigator, do you believe that the establishment interfered with your investigation?
እርስዎ እምነትና እውቀትና እምነት ግምት ከዚህ ያለውን እርስዎ የሚያደርጉት ምርመራ ለማደናቀፍ ጥረት አድርጓል ብለው ያምናሉ?
Yes.
አዎ።
Thank you. I have no further questions.
ጥያቄን ጨርሻለሁ።
All right. Before I have the licensee ask questions, do the cross-examination, how many more witnesses do you have, sir?
This is the only witness for the government.
All right.
ስንት ምስክሮች አሏቸው አሉ? ያለኝ ይሄ ምስክር ነው አሉ።
Miss Yavashet, how many witnesses, when you present your case, how many witnesses do you have to call?
ወይዘሮ መቅደስ ስንት ምስክሮች ነው ያሉት?
እኔ አሁን አንድ ነው ያለኝ።
Only one.
Only one? All right. Okay, thank you. All right. You have an opportunity now, ma'am, to ask questions of the investigator. Do you have any questions that you want to ask the investigator?
አሁን መርማሪውን ጥያቄ ሊያቀርቡላቸው መስቀለኛ ሊጠይቋቸው ይችላሉ። ለመርማሪው የሚያቀርቡላቸው ጥያቄ አለ?
አዎ መናገር የምፈልገው ነገር አለኝ።
Go ahead.
ይጠይቁ።
ኦኬ በመጀመሪያ ደረጃ በሬ መሰበር አግባብ አይደለም። ምንም ነገር ቤቴ ውስጥ የተደረገ ወንጀል አልነበረም። ሰራተኛ ጓደኞቼ የተወሰነ ሰው ነው ያለው እና ያን ያህል በሬን ዳሜጅ አድርገው መሰባበር፣ በሩ ተከፍቷል ኦልሬዲ። መሰባበር አግባብ
አንዴ ይሄን ልተርጉሙላት። First of all, my door was not supposed to be broken. There was no crime committed in my establishment.
Hold on, ma'am. This is cross-examination. Does she have any questions, any direct, ask her. This is her opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Does she have any specific questions of the investigator based on the testimony he just gave?
ምስክሩ በሰጡት ምስክርነት ላይ ብቻ ጥያቄ ካሉት ነው የሚጠይቁት እንጂ ሌላ ነገር አይናገሩም። አሁን እሳቸው በሰጡት ምስክርነት ላይ ጥያቄ ካሉት ይጠይቋቸው።
ኦኬ እሺ፣ ለምን ማርሻል አስመጥተው በሩን አሰበረብኝ?
Why did you call the fire marshals and broke my door?
You are confusing this case with another case. The fire marshals did not respond to the location on this night.
ይሄንን የዛሬውን ጉዳይ ከሌላ ጉዳይ ጋር እያምታቱት ነው። በዛሬው ላይ በተሰማው ላይ ጉዳይ ላይ የፋየር ማርሽል የእሳት አደጋ ሰራተኞች አልነበሩም፣ አልመጡም።
አልገባኝም። የመቼ ጊዜው ነው? እኔ አሁን ያለው ነገር ይሄ እንደገና እዚህ አንድ ወር የተፈቀደልኝ እስከ ጠዋት ድረስ የሆነውንም ጊዜ እየመጡ ነበር፣ አብራዎች እየመጡ በየጊዜው ምንም ነገር መስራት አልቻልኩኝም። ይሄም ተፈቅዶልኝ እስከ ጠዋት።
Which case are we talking about? I have permission to work to the morning.
I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I have permission to work through the morning, but the investigators are still coming to my establishment. And the question is, which case are we talking about today?
All right. This case is the incident occur on January 20th, 2023. This is this case number 23 CMP 00007. I mean, we just had the testimony. She looked at the video. Does she know when this occurred?
ቪዲዮን አይተዋል። ተደጋግሞም ሲነገር ነበር። ይሄ ጃንዋሪ 28 2023 ላይ ምሽት ሌሊት ላይ ስለተፈጸመው ነገር ነውና ቪዲዮን እያዩ ነበር። ስለዛ ነው ዛሬ እያወራን ያለ ነው።
ኦኬ ኮንፊውዝድ ስለሆንኩ ነው። ምክንያቱም በዚህም ጊዜ ስለመጡና እንትን ስላሉ እኔ ኮንፊውዝድ ሆኜ አንደርስታንድ አላረኩም።
I am confused because the investigators are in my establishment several times. I'm just confused.
She doesn't know what case this is. She doesn't know what case she's preparing for.
ስለዚህ ዛሬ ስለሚታየው እየተሰማ ስለነበረው ነገር ምንም እውቀት የለዎትም፣ አልተዘጋጁም።
ኦኬ እሺ በቃ አሁን አገባኝ።
Now I understand.
Does she have any specific questions of this investigator based on what he just testified. If she doesn't have any, we can move on.
ስለዚህ አሁን እዚህ ምስክርነቱ ሲያዳምጡት እስካሁን የቆዩት ምስክርነት ላይ እኚህ መርማሪ ስለሰጡት ምስክርነት ላይ ጥያቄ ካሉት ይጠይቋቸው፣ ከሌሎት ወደሚቀጥለው እንሄዳለን።
ኦኬ፣ አስተያየት ነው የምሰጠው እንጂ ጥያቄ የለኝም። ሌላ የምናገረው
I don't have a question, but I have some statements to make.
No, there's no statements. This is not the time for statements. If she has no questions, then we can move on. She has no questions of this investigator. Is that correct?
Yes. ስለዚህ ለዚህ መርማሪ አሁን የሚያቀርቡላችሁ ጥያቄ የለም። አስተያየት አሁን አይደለም የሚሰጡት፣ ጥያቄ ነው። ጥያቄ ከሌለ የሎትም?
እሺ፣ በቃ የለኝም።
No, I don't have any. I don't have any questions.
Thank you. Does any board member have any questions of this investigator?
የቦርዱ አባላት ለዚህ መርማሪ የምታቀርቡላቸው ጥያቄ አለው?
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
ሚስተር ሾርት ጥያቄ አለኝ ብለዋል። ይቀጥሉ ነው ያሏቸው።
Investigator Ruiz, we thank you for an excellent report and thank you for the video and we thank you for your direct testimony answering the AAG.
ስለ ቪዲዮ እና ስለሰጡት ምስክርነት እናመሰግናለን።
You're welcome.
Investigator Ruiz, the doors being locked with the number of people we saw exiting once we got the rear door open, did that pose a danger to them?
በሩ ከኋላ ተከፍቶ ተስተናጋጆች ጠቂዎች ሲወጡ አይተናል እና ያለ እነሱ አደጋ ፈጥሮ ነበር። በወቅቱ የበሩ መዘጋት አደጋ ይፈጥር ነበር?
Yes.
አዎ።
You called the fire marshal's office. What could have happened with people locked in and being there after hours?
የእሳት አደጋ ብርጌዱን ባይጠሩ ኖሮ ቤት ውስጥ ሰዎች ተቆልፎባቸው በነዛ ሁኔታ በመቆየታቸው ምን ሊፈጠር ይችል ነበር?
Any number of things could happen, from a fire in the kitchen that would cause a blockage of the door, to any major or violent incident that may cause panic in individuals being obstructed from fleeing to safety.
የተለያዩ ነገሮች ሊከሰቱ ይችሉ ነበር። ለምሳሌ ወጥ ቤት ውስጥ እሳት ሊነሳ ይችል ነበር። ሰዎች ደግሞ በድንጋጤ እንወጣለን ብለው ሲሉ የተለያየ አደጋ ሊፈጠር ይችል ነበር እና የተለያዩ ጉዳዮች ሊከሰቱ ይችሉ ነበር። ያ በመሆኑ
Investigator Ruiz, we thank you for your service.
መርማሪ ሩይዝ ለሰጡት አገልግሎት በጣም እናመሰግናለን።
And my last question is a yes or no answer.
የመጨረሻ ጥያቄ አዎ አይደለም ብሎ የሚል መልስ የሚሰጡበት ነው።
Did these three violations of Arbor pose a direct and distinct danger to public safety in the District of Columbia?
አሁን እነዚህ በእሳቸው ላይ የተመሰረቱት 3 ክሶች በዋሽንግተን ነዋሪ ለሆኑ ነዋሪዎች ላይ አደጋ ሊያስከትሉ ይችላሉ ብለው ያምናሉ? ያ አዎ አዎ አምናለሁ።
You have any more questions, Mr. Short?
Did I get an answer from Investigator Ruiz about was this directly and distinctly a danger to public safety in the District of Columbia?
ስለዚህ መርማሪ ሉዊስ በእንደዚህ በካዚራ ላውንጅ ላይ የቀረቡ 3 ክሶች በዋሽንግተን ዲሲ ነዋሪዎች ላይ ቀጥታና በግልጽ የሚታይ አደጋ ሊያስከትሉ ይችላሉ ብለው ያምናሉ?
I'm sorry, I said yes.
አዎ ብዬ መልስ ሰጥቻለሁ።
I do thank you very much for your testimony. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
ያለኝ ጥያቄ ብቻ ነው። ስለሰጠው ምስክርነት አመሰግናለሁ።
Thank you. Ma'am, okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
One question first. Good afternoon to all the participants in the hearing.
እንደምን አረፈዳችሁ በዚህ ስብሰባ ላይ ለተገኛችሁት ሁሉ።
Mr. Ruiz, did you observe any camera devices that would have given the establishment the ability to see you or the other investigator outside the building?
መርማሪ ሉዊዝ በናይት ክለቡ ውስጥ በዛ ቤት ውስጥ እናንተ በውጭ ሆናችሁ እንደቆማችሁ በሩን እያንኳኳችሁ መሆኑን ሊያሳይ የሚችል በውስጥ የተደቀነ ካሜራ ነበር ብለው አይተዋል? ካሜራ ነበራቸው ናይት ክለብ ውስጥ?
Yes, the establishment has multiple cameras, including camera outside as well.
አዎ በውስጥ በኩል ውስጥ ካሜራዎች የተለያዩ ካሜራዎች ነበሩ። በውጭም በኩል ወደ ውስጥ የሚያሳይ ካሜራ አላቸው።
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
ተጨማሪ ጥያቄ የለኝም።
Thank you, Mr. Grant. Ms. Yashalet, do you have any questions to ask the investigator based on the questions that Mr. Short and Mr. Grant just asked him?
ሚስተር ሾርት እና ሚስተር ግራንት በጠየቋቸው አሁን በተጠየቁት ሁለት ጥያቄዎች ላይ እነዚህ ሰዎች በጠየቋቸው ጥያቄዎች ላይ መርማሪው በሰጡት መልስ ላይ ጥያቄ አሉት ይጠይቋቸዋል።
It's okay.
I don't have any.
Mr. Southcott, do you have any redirect that you wish to make, sir?
Nothing for no redirect, and at this time the government rests.
Thank you.
መልስ ጥያቄ አሉት የለኝም።
All right. I'm going to take a 10-minute break, and when I take the 10-minute break, then you can present your case. All right, so we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then you can call your first witness, ma'am, when we come back.
ወይዘሮ መቅደስ የ10 ደቂቃ እረፍት እንወስድና ከእረፍት ስንመለስ የእርስዎ ምስክሮን አቀርበው ማሰማት ይችላሉ።
እሺ።
Okay.
So hold on, so it's 1:38. So we'll come back on the record at 1:50. Okay, so we'll come back on the record at 1:50. So we'll come back on the record at 1:50. Okay.
እሺ።
አንድ ከአምሳ ላይ እንመለሳለን።
Okay.
All right. Thank you. We're off the record until 1:50. All right. Thanks.
Okay.
አላለቀልኝም እኮ ኦኬ ሲጨርስ አሁን
Time.
We're on the record. We're back on the record. I just want to alert, we're back in the record. I want to alert the parties in case number 23 PRO 00078, the Iraq line case. That case will start promptly at 3 p.m. So our next case number 23 PRO 00078, the Iraq line case, that case will start at 3 p.m. this afternoon. Sorry for the inconvenience. All right. Where's the licensee?
ወይዘሮ መቅደስ ወይዘሮ መቅደስ ወይዘሮ መቅደስ
አቤት
ልክ 3 ሰዓት ላይ የሚጀምር ነገር ስላላቸው ያንን ነበር እየተናገሩ የነበረው።
All right, now how is she do you wish to call a witness, ma'am, or you just are you making a statement? Tell me how you're going to defend yourself in this case.
ምስክሮን ሊያቀርቡ ነው የሚፈልጉት ወይስ የሚሰጡትን አስተያየት ወይ የሚናገሩት እንዲናገሩ ነው የሚፈልጉት? አሁን
ምስክሬንም እሱም እንዲናገር ፈልጋለሁ። እኔም የምናገራቸው ነገሮች አሉ።
I want to present my witness. I also want to make an statement.
So who's the witness?
ማነው ምስክሩ?
እንትኔ ማናጀር ይሄው አለ።
My manager.
All right.
Chairperson Anderson, at this time, I would object to this individual testifying. The district was not provided with any list of witnesses or exhibits. If the owner wants to make a statement herself, that is fine, but this individual has not been identified to me, and the establishment has an obligation to provide its witnesses and exhibits to the district within 7 days before the hearing.
ምስክር ዛሬ ምስክርነት እንዳይሰጡ እቃወማለሁ። ምክንያቱም ምስክር አለኝ ብለው ለእኛ ቢሮም ቀድመው ማሳወቅ ነበረባቸው። ወይዘሮ መቅደስ አስተያየቱን መስጠት ይችላሉ፣ የሚናገሩት መናገር ይችላሉ፣ ግን ምስክሩ እንዳይመሰክር እቃወማለሁ ነው የሚሉት።
Okay.
Ma'am, so you are at the show cause status hearing. I specifically advise both sides that 7 days before the hearing, if you're going to call in any witnesses, or if you're going to rely on documents, you have to exchange those 7 days before. What the government is saying, this was not done. Can you tell us why did you not do that, ma'am?
እንደ ህጉ መሰረት ከ7 ቀን በፊት ያለውትን ምስክርነት ለመለዋወጥ ነበረባቸው። እርሶ ለነሱ፣ እነሱ ደግሞ ለእርሶ ከሌ የሚባል ሰው በምስክር አድርገን እናቀርባለን የሚለውን ማሳወቅ ነበረቦት እና ለምን ያን እንዳላደረጉ ሊነግሩን ይችላሉ?
እኔ ምንም አላቅም፣ ስለ ህጉ አላቅም።
I don't know anything about the law or the procedure.
No, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm not going to allow you to say you don't know nothing about the law or the procedure, because I specifically instructed you at the show cause hearing status what the procedures were. And we have also been in a hearing before. So I'm not going to have you say you don't know anything about the law.
ህጉን አላቅም ብለው እንዲያመልጡ አልፈቅድለትም። ምክንያቱም ከዚህ በፊት በነበረው የዛሬ ስሚ በፊት የነበረው ላይ በግልጽ ነግሬዎት ነበር ያን እንዲያደርጉ።
And also, ma'am,
ዛሬ ህጉን አላቅም ብለው ማምለጥ አይችሉም።
And also,
ስለ ምስክርነት እኮ ነው ያልኩት።
አዎ ምስክሩን ከሌ የሚባል ምስክር አለኝ በዛ ቀን የሚቀርብ ብሎ እርሶም ቢሮም ደግሞ ለእርሶ ከሌ የሚባል ምስክር አለ ብሎ ማሳወቅ ነበረባችሁ ነው።
አይኖ አላቅም። እኔ ስለ ምስክሩ በቃ ዝም ብዬ ዛሬ ማቅረብ ያለብኝ መስሎኝ ነው። እኔ አላቅም። ቀድሜ
I don't know anything about that. I thought that I have a chance to present my witness today. That's why I'm here.
But I specifically informed you at the show cause hearing status hearing when we had it that if you're going to call a witness, you had to alert the government and ABCA Legal 7 days before the hearing. I specifically asked you and informed you about that, and you told me that you understood, ma'am.
ከዚህ በፊት በነበረው ስብሰባ ላይ በግልጽ ይሄንን ነገር ማድረግ እንደሚገባው ነግሬዎታለሁ። ገብቶኛል ብለው ነበረ። አሳውቄዎታለሁ።
I don't know understand አላረም ምን ያላቅ
What did she say?
I don't know, I don't understand.
But I specifically asked you, it was translated. I asked you if you have any questions. I asked you if you understood, and you said, yes, I had no questions, and I understand that I have to do that.
ከዚህ በፊት የነበረው ላይ እኔ ነበርኩ የተረጎምኩለት የነበረውና ከዚህ በፊት በነበረው ዛሬ ምስክሩን ማስረጃ መሰሚያው ቀን ከመሆኑ በፊት ከዚህ በፊት በነበረው ስብሰባ እንደዚህ በነበረው ላይ በግልጽ ነግሬዎት አዎ ገብቶኛል ጥያቄ የለኝም ብለው ነበር።
And also in a previous case that we had, you called a witness and you exchanged documents and witness because you did that in a previous case that we have. So I'm not going to have you say that you did not understand the process, because I want to make sure that the record is clear that at the protest here, the show cause hearing status, I specifically provided you the instructions, and you specifically stated you understood that if you're going to call a witness, you had to do that 7 days before the hearing.
እርሶ ይሄንን ጉዳይ ያውቃሉ። ከዚህ በፊት በተደጋጋሚ በነበሩት ክሶች ላይ እንደዚህ ነገሮች ላይ ምስክር አቀርበው ማስረጃ አቀርበው ከቢሮ ጋር ማስረጃ ተለዋውጠው እንደነበረ ያውቃሉና ባለፈውም በግልጽ ደጋግሜ በግልጽ ነግሬዎታለሁ። ገብቶኛል ተረድቻለሁ ብለው ነው የሄዱትና ዛሬ ህጉን አላውቅም አልገባኝም ብለው ቢሉ አልቀበለውም።
All right. I'm going to allow you, ma'am, to put your statement on the record. I'm going to swear you in, and you can put your statement in the record. But I'm not going to allow you to have a witness testify who you did not disclose who was going to testify today.
እርሶ የሚናገሩትን እንዲናገሩ ቃለ መሃላ አስፈጽሜ የሚናገሩትን እንዲናገሩ ፈቅድሎታለሁ። ነገር ግን ምስክሮ ዛሬ ቀርቦ እንዲመሰክሩ አልፈቅድም። ምክንያቱም ከሌ ዛሬ ምስክር ሆኖ ለኔ ይቀርባል ብለው ስላላሳወቁ ምስክሮ እንዲያቀርቡ አልፈቅድሎትም።
እሺ
Okay.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
ቀኝ እጆን ያንሱ።
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
ስለዚህ ዛሬ እውነቱንና እውነቱን ብቻ እናገራለሁ መሰክራለሁ ብለው በህጉ ፊት ቃል ይገባሉ?
No.
Yes, I do.
Go ahead, ma'am.
ጆናስ እና የሚናገሩ ይቀጥሉ።
ኦኬ እኔ በህጉ መሰረት ነው እየሰራው ያለሁት። በተረፈ በዛን ሰዓት በዛ ወቅት ጓደኞቼና ጓደኞቼና ሰራተኞች ብቻ ነበሩ እዛ ቤት ውስጥ ያሉት እና
ሁለት አረፍተ ነገር ይናገሩ ከስር እንዳስተረጉሙለት በመሃል ሀሳብ እንዳይጠፋ።
እሺ
I am operating abiding by the law according to the law. At that time, me, my friends and my employers were at the establishment at that time.
እና የዛኔ የእንትን ነበረ መሰለኝ የኢትዮጵያ ፉትቦል ምናምን ነበረ። የዛኔ ሙዚቃ ምግብ ምናምን እንደዚሁ ነገር ነበረና እኛው በእኛው ነበረ ነገሩ እና አልሰማንም ነበረ በር ሶሪ ይቅርታ።
I think at that day it was Ethiopian football tournament and the friends who were gathering there So there was food and drinks, and we were, friends and family were there, and employees. ይቀጥሉ።
እና እንደዛ እና እና በሩንም የተሰበረብኝ እኛ አልሰማንም። ከዛ በኋላ ደግሞ በሩ በጓሮ ተከፈተላቸው። ከተከፈተላቸው እንትን በሩ ደግሞ በፊት ለፊትም የተዘጋው የነበረው በሩ እንትን ነበረ፣ ምንድን ነው ችግር ነበረበት። ዱርዬዎች ደግሞ በዛ ጋር እያስቸገሩኝ ነበረ።
አንዴ we didn't hear them knocking. We opened the door for them at the back. The front door was locked because there are hooligans. What do you call it? Hooligans are there and always giving us a hard time. We didn't hear them knocking. እሺ ቀጥሉ።
እና እኔ በህጉ መሰረት ካጠፋው ማስጠንቀቂያ መስጠት እንደገና ደግሞ ወይ ቅጣት መስጠት እንጂ ቤቴ ውስጥም የተፈጠረ ወንጀል የለም፣ የተሰራም ነገር ሌላ ነገር የለም። በሬ መሰበሩ አግባብ አይደለም። በሬ ተሰብሮ በጣም ብዙ ዳሜጅ ነው የተፈጠረብኝ በወቅቱ።
If I break the law, I was supposed to be given a warning or reprimanded according to the law. Why my door is broken? Because of that, I had a lot of problems. And no criminal activity was conducted in my establishment.
እና በቃ ጓደኞቼና ሰራተኛ ብቻ ነበረ። በተረፈ ምግብ ነበረ። የዛኔ ምግብ እንደዚሁ ምግብ እየተበላ ምናምን ነው እንጂ ሌላ ምንም የተፈጠረ ነገር የሸጥኩትም ነገር የለም። ስለ እውነት
to tell you the truth, I didn't sell any alcohol or anything. There were food. We were enjoying ourselves. Nothing criminal happened, and me and my friends were there, and my employees, nobody else.
በቃ ይሄ ነው እንግዲህ በቃ ይሄ ነው። እኛ ሲያንኳኩ ያልሰማ ነው ሙዚቃ ስለነበረ ነው እንጂ ሌላ ነገር ምንም ነገር የለም።
That's all I am saying. We didn't hear the knocking because there was music, loud music. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Southcott, do you have any questions of her?
I have a couple of questions.
Mr. Southcott.
First, you are the owner of Kazira Lounge, correct?
የከዚራ ላውንጅ ባለቤት እርስዎ ኖት አይደለም?
አዎ።
Yes.
So why didn't you identify yourself as the owner when Investigator Condon asked for representatives from the establishment?
ታዲያ ባለቤት ከሆኑ በወቅቱ መርማሪ ካንደን በሚጠይቁት ጊዜ ባለቤቷ እኔ ነኝ ብለው ለምን ራስዎን አላስተዋወቁም? ራስዎን አልገለጹም?
ኖ ብያለሁ። ምንድናቸው እነዚህ ሲሉ ኤምፕሎይ እና ጓደኞቼ ናቸው። ሚስ አንደርስታንዲንግ ተፈጥሮ ነው እንጂ እንግሊዘኛ እኔ ጎበዝ ስላልሆንኩኝ አንደርስታንድ ስላላረኩት እነዚህ ኤምፕሎይ እና ፍሬንዶቼ ብየዋለሁ።
I did say that because I have limited English proficiency, there might be a misunderstanding. But when he asked me who these people are, I told him that these are my friends and my workers, employees.
How many employees work for you?
ስንት ሰራተኛ ነው ያሉት?
ወደ 10 ነበሩ። በሽፍት ስለሚሰሩ የዛን ቀን ዝግጅት ስለነበረ ራት ግብዣ ምናምን ስለነበረ ነው። ለዛ ነው ሁሉም የተሰበሰበው እና ጓደኞቻችን ከሌላ ስቴት ምናምን የመጡ
I have around 10 the working shifts. All of them and their friends are there because we have a special occasion.
I have no further questions.
ሌላ ጥያቄ የለኝም።
Any questions by any board members?
ሌላ ሰው ሊጠይቃቸው የሚፈልግ ጥያቄ አለ?
Hearing none. Thank you. Do you rest, ma'am? Is this it?
ይሄውን ብቻ ነው የሚናገሩት? ሌላ የሚናገሩት ነገር አለ?
Is this it? Your presentation of your case?
ይሄንን ነው በጉዳዩ ላይ የሚያቀርቡት ነገር ይሄ ብቻ ነው?
የለኝም።
I don't have any. That's it.
Mr. Southgate, do you wish to make a closing?
Yes, I do.
የመዝጊያ ያረጋሉ? አዎ።
Thank you, members of the board.
የቦርድ አባላትን አመሰግናለሁ።
The evidence has shown that the district has proven the 3 charges that it brings today.
ቪዲዮ እንዳሳየው እንዳረጋገጠው በካዚራ ላውንጅ ላይ የቀረቡ 3 ክሶችን ቪዲዮ ትክክለኛነት አረጋግጧል። ያሳየናቸው ቪዲዮ አረጋግጧል።
The first charge relates to extending the hours of operation in violation of DC Code Section 25-762A and B13.
መጀመሪያ የቀረበባቸው ክስ ከተፈቀደላቸው ሰዓት ውጪ አልኮል በመሸጥ የሚለውን
You heard Investigator Ruiz testify and you saw the settlement agreement, which indicates that the establishment's hours of operation on Thursdays are from 8:30 a.m. to 2 a.m.
መርማሪ ሩይዝ እንዳረጋገጡላቸው ምስክርነታቸው እንዳረጋገጣችሁና የንግድ ፍቃዱን ሲያውቁ የፈረሙት ስምምነት ላይ ሐሙስ ካዚራ ላውንጅ እንዲሰራ የተፈቀደለት ከጠዋቱ 2 ሰዓት ተኩል እስከ ሌሊቱ 8 ሰዓት ብቻ መሆኑን በግልጽ አስቀምጧል።
You saw Investigator Ruiz testify that there was music playing and he saw patrons inside the establishment at 3 a.m., which is what led him to initiate an investigation.
እንዳያችሁት እና መርማሪ ሩይዝ እንደመሰከሩት ከሰዓት ከተፈቀደላቸው ሰዓት ውጪ ሙዚቃ ከፍተኛ ድምጽ ያለው ሙዚቃ ሲጫወትና ውስጥ ደግሞ ተስተናጋጆችን እንዳዩ መስክረዋል። ያንንም አይታችኋል።
Importantly, it does not matter whether alcohol was actually sold at those hours. It matters that the establishment was in operation. And we know that it was in operation because of the music that was playing and the number of individuals that were in there.
ዋና ቁም ነገሩ እዚህ ጋር በወቅቱ አልኮል መሸጥና ለመሸጡ ሳይሆን ካዚራ ላውንጅ ከተፈቀደለት ሰዓት ውጪ በስራ ላይ መኖሩ ነው። ያም ደግሞ ከፍተኛ ሙዚቃ በማሰማትና በውስጥ ተስተናጋጆች በወቅቱ መገኘታቸው ነው። አልኮል መሸጥና ለመሸጡ አይደለም ዋናው ቁም ነገር።
In response, the establishment argues that they were not operating because they were just having some friends and other employees that were present in the establishment.
ለዚህ መልስ ሲሰጡ በወቅቱ የሸጥን ሳይሆን ጓደኞችና ሰራተኞች መልካም ጊዜ እያሳለፍን ነበር ተሰባስበን ብለው ነው የመለሱት።
The owner said that there are approximately 10 employees who work for Kazira Lounge and that they work in shifts. Yet Investigator Ruiz said that there were at least 40 people that were inside the establishment.
ባለቤቷ ሲመሰክሩ እንደሰማችሁት 10 ሰራተኞች በሽፍት የሚሰሩ አሉኝ። በዛ ቀን ግን ሁሉም ተገኝተው ነበር ብለው ቢሉም በወቅቱ ግን 10 ሰራተኛ ሳይሆን ከ40 በላይ ሰዎች ነበሩ።
Even being generous to the establishment and assuming that 10 of those people were employees, That's still more than 30 individuals who were there, and it does not matter that they are friends of the establishment. The establishment was open, it had music playing, it was entertaining patrons. The relationship between those people and the establishment's owner has no bearing on whether the establishment was operating past its licensed hours of operation.
ስለዚህ ሁሉም ሰራተኞች ተገኙ እንኳን ብለን ብንል በወቅቱ የነበሩ ከ30 በላይ ሰዎች ነበሩና ሙዚቃ በጩኸት እየተጫወተ ሰዎች በውስጥ እየተዝናኑና እየተስተናገዱ ስለነበር ዋናው ነገር ያ ነው።
And if that were the only charge, this case would be such a big deal. But it is a big deal because of the two other charges that are associated with this, namely the charges of interfering with an investigation.
ይሄ ትልቅ ጉዳይ ነው፣ ዋናው ነገር ነው። ምክንያቱም ከአብራ ምርመራ የማደናቀፍ ምርመራው በትክክል እንዳይካሄድ በማድረግ ጋር የተያያዘ ስለሆነ ትልቅ ጉዳይ ነው።
One of those charges is for interfering by not granting access to the inside of the establishment for more than 20 minutes, for 22 minutes, and for locking the doors, keeping patrons inside the establishment.
እና ከቀረበው ክስ ምርመራውን ማደናቀፍ ነው ተብሎ የሚባለው በወቅቱ በሩ ሲንኳኳ በር አለመክፈታቸው እና ለ22 ደቂቃዎች ያህል በሩ ተንኳክቶ አለመከፈቱ፣ በዛ ላይ ደግሞ ውስጥ ሰዎች እያሉ በላያቸው ላይ በር በመቆለፉ የተነሳ ነው።
You heard Investigator Ruiz testify to knocking on the door and announcing himself on several occasions, including getting the attention of people inside the establishment. And you heard him testify that at a certain point the music shut off and he was still knocking and still did not have anybody from the establishment come and let him in.
በተደጋጋሚ እንዳያችሁት ሚስተር ሩይዝም እንደመሰከሩት ራሳቸውን ከሌነኝ ብለው ራሳቸውን እያስታወቁ ደጋግሞ በሩን ቢያንኳኩም ሙዚቃው እየተጫወተ ሙዚቃም ከጠፋ በኋላ ግን አልተከፈተላቸውም በሩ ደጋግሞ ቢያንኳኩም።
You saw footage of Investigator Condon pounding on the back door of the establishment, loudly pounding and announcing himself, shouting into the restaurant, and yet there was still no response.
መርማሪ ካንደንም በጀርባ ዞሮ በሩን እየደበደቡ መርማሪ ካንደን ያሉ ራሳቸውን እያስታወቁ በሩን ቢደበድቡም በሩ እንዳልተከፈተላቸው አይታችኋል።
Despite all this pounding and shouting that went on for 22 minutes, the establishment would have us believe that they simply could not hear anybody from either the front or the back and could not see anybody in the front, despite the fact that they have working video cameras and despite the fact that investigators were loudly pounding and announcing themselves for a substantial period of time.
በሩ ያን ያህል እየተደበደበና ያ ሁሉ ጮሆ እየተጣሩ ያለ ለ22 ደቂቃዎች ለነዛ ሁሉ ሰዓቶች እና በውስጥና በውጭ በኩል ካሜራ ሁሉ እያለ ባለቤቷ ሲመሰክሩ እንደሰማች ሲንኳኳ አልሰማንም ብለዋል። ያ ሁሉ ነገር ያ ሁሉ ድብደባ ያ ሁሉ እያለ ካሜራው እያለ አልሰማሁም ብለዋል።
And you heard about the dangers posed by locking patrons inside an establishment and not giving them any way to leave. Investigator Condon talked about calling the fire marshal to break the doors down.
ደጋግማ እንዲሁም ምስክርነት እንደሰማችሁት ሰዎች ተስተናጋጆች እያሉ በሩን በላያቸው ላይ ቢቆለፍ ለሚያደርሰውን አደጋ ሊፈጠር ይችል የነበረውንም ነገር ሰምታችኋል። መርማሪ ካንደንም ደጋግመው የእሳት አደጋ እጠራለሁ ብለው ሲሉ ሊከተል የሚችለውን የነበረውንም አደጋ ሊከተል ይችል የነበረውንም አደጋ እንደመስክረውላ ሲመሰክሩ ሰምታችኋል።
You heard Mr. Ruiz testify that the fire marshals have the authority to break down doors when patrons are locked inside. And based on the questioning of Mr. Short, you heard about the dangers associated with locking individuals in, where a fire can happen or some other event can occur, which prevents people from being able to leave the establishment in case of an emergency.
የሰሩት ሲመሰክሩ እንደሰማችሁት ሰዎች በሰዎች ላይ በር ሲቆለፍ ሊደርስ የሚችለውን ሊከተል ይችል የነበረውንም አደጋ ሰምታችኋል እና ሊከተል ይችል የነበረውንም አደጋ ሰምታችኋል።
And yet, despite these dangers, the establishment kept its doors locked for 22 minutes before they finally allowed ABCA investigators access into the establishment.
ይህ ሁሉ አደጋ ሊከሰት እንደሚችል እየታሰበ እንደ ምስክርነት እንደሰማችሁት በውስጥ የነበሩ ሰዎች ባለቤቷ በሩን ከ22 ደቂቃ በፊት አልከፈቱም። 22 ደቂቃ ሙሉ ከተደበደበ በኋላ ነው የከፈቱት። ሰዎችን ለአደጋ አጋልጠው ማለት ነው።
But once investigators got inside, this brings us to our third charge of impeding an investigation, which is the false or misleading statements provided by the owner to ABCA investigators.
ይሄ ወደ ሶስተኛው ክስ ይወስዳል። ሶስተኛው ክስ ባለቤቷ ማንነታቸውን ሳይገልጹ መርማሪዎቹን ለማሳሳት ወደ ሞከሩበት ክስ ይወስደናል። ወደ ውስጥ ከተገባ በኋላ
In the owner's opening statement, she said that she didn't remember the investigators asking for them to show ID. Yet in the video footage, you can see Investigator Condon immediately asking for identification from the owner and another employee, and yet no identification was provided to him.
ባለቤቷ ሲመሰክሩ እንደሰማችሁት መታወቂያ አልጠየቀንም ብለው ነበር። ግን በቪዲዮ ላይ በትክክል በግልጽ እንደሰማችሁት መታወቂያ ሲጠይቁ ሰምታችኋል። ጠይቀው መታወቂያ እያሳያቸው የለም።
Beyond that, when asked for to identify a manager, again, the owner did not identify herself to Investigator Condon, but instead said that she thinks that the manager had previously left. This is in violation of the requirement that an owner identify themselves to ABCA investigators to ensure that the ABCA investigators know who they are talking to, and she refused to identify herself as the owner.
በህጉ መሰረት የአብካ መርማሪ በሚጠይቅበት ጊዜ የአንድ ድርጅት ባለቤቱ እኔ ነኝ ብሎ ራሱን መግለጽና ማስታወቅ ይገባው ነበር። ባለቤቷ ያንን አላደረጉም። ማናጀሩ ኦልሬዲ ሄዷል ብለው ነው ያሉት እንጂ ባለቤቷ እኔ ነኝ ይሄ ቤት የኔ ነው ምናምን ብለው ራሳቸውን አልገለጹም፣ አላስተዋወቁም።
It wasn't until a couple minutes later when the front door was opened and Investigator Ruiz came inside the establishment that Investigator Ruiz identified Ms. Yehu Alashet as the owner. But even at that point, she didn't admit to being the owner until a minute later, after repeated questioning from other investigators, finally led her to concede that she was the owner of the establishment.
በሩ ከተከፈተም በኋላ ወደ ውስጥ ከገቡም በኋላ ሚስተር ሉዊስ አውቀዋቸው ባለቤቷ እሳቸው ናቸው ብለው ካሉም በኋላ በተደጋጋሚ ከተጠየቁ በኋላ ባለቤቷ እኔ ነኝ ብለው ያሉት እንጂ አዎ እኔ ነኝ የዚህ ቤት ባለቤት ብለው አልተናገሩም።
But the misleading statements continued because the owner identified everybody inside not as friends, but rather as employees, and told the investigator that everybody who was present was an employee.
እና ሌላው ደግሞ የተሳሳተ መረጃ መርማሪዎቹን ለማሳሳት የተጠቀሙት ነገር ምንድነው? እዛ ሁሉ ያለው ሰው ሰራተኞቼ ናቸው ያሉት እንጂ ጓደኞቼ ናቸው ብለው አላሉ።
The owner claims that there's perhaps some messages that were lost in translation and some miscommunications, but the investigators were repeatedly clear in their questioning about what they were asking for, and she understood them well enough to answer their questions. She just didn't answer their questions in a truthful fashion.
ምናልባት አንዳንድ ጊዜ በአተረጓጎምና በእንትን መሃል ነገሮች ውዥንብር ሊፈጥሩ ይችላሉ፣ አለመረዳዳት ሊኖር ይችላል። ነገር ግን በዚህ ጊዜ መርማሪዎቹ በተደጋጋሚ ሲጠይቋቸው ባለቤቱ ተረድተው ባለቤቱ ነኝ ብለው በኋላ መልሰዋል እና እዚህ ጋር ቋንቋ አላወኩም ማለቱን ነው።
So the district asked this board to find the defendant liable for the charges of operating after hours, for interfering with an investigation by refusing to open their doors for 22 minutes, and for interfering with an investigation by providing false or misleading statements to ABCA investigators.
ስለዚህ ይሄ ቢሮ አሁን የሚጠይቀው ቦርዱ ካዜራ ላውንጅን በቀረቡባቸውንም ሶስቱም ክሶች እውነትን ባለመናገር ከተፈቀደላት ሰዓት ውጪ በመስራትና በተጠየቁ በተንኳኳ ጊዜ በሩን ባለመክፈት የተባሉትን ክሶች ጥፋተኛ ሆኖ እንዲያገኛቸው ነው የሚጠይቀው።
The owner stated that she was operating and abiding by the law at this proceeding, but the facts make clear that she was not abiding or operating by the law. And so we ask you to protect district residents by finding them liable on these three charges.
ባለቤቷ ሲመሰክሩ እኔ ሕግ ማከብርና በሕጉ መሰረት የምሰራ ሰው ነኝ ብለዋል። ነገር ግን በሕጉ መሰረትና እንደ ሕጉ የሚሰሩ አይደሉምና ይሄ ቦርድ የዋሽንግተን ነዋሪዎችን ከእንደዚህ አይነት ጥፋቶች እንዲጠብቅ እንጠይቃለን።
Thank you.
አመሰግናለሁ።
What is it that the licensee want us to do? So we have presented, the government has presented its case, she has presented her case. So what decision does the licensee want the board to make?
ወይዘሮ መቅደስ አሁን የቀረበውን ክስ ሰምተዋል፣ እርሶም የራሱን ተናግረዋልና ስለዚህ ዛሬ ይሄ ቦርድ ምን ውሳኔ እንዲወስን ነው የሚጠብቁት የሚፈልጉት?
እኔ እንግዲህ ቦርዱ ያው እንግዲህ ካጠፋውኝም ይቅርታ እንዲለኝ በእርግጥ አልሰማዋቸውም በር ሲያንኳኩ እንግዲህ በይቅርታ የዛሬን እንግዲህ እንድታልፉኝ ነው የምፈልገው። በጣም ይቅርታ ስለተፈጠረው ነገር በሙሉ።
I really apologize to the board and for what happened to everybody. So I want the board to pardon me. I apologize for the mistakes I did because I didn't hear them when they are knocking. So to pardon me, that's what I'm asking.
Okay. All right, thank you. The record is now closed. So let me close the record. Let me close this case. All right. I apologize. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia,
እንደ የአብካ በዋሽንግተን ዲሲ የሚገኘው የአልኮል መጠጦችና የምናስተዳደር ቢሮ ቦርድ ሊቀመንበርነቴ
and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act,
እንደ ዲሲ ሕግ በሚያዘው መሰረት
I move that the ABC board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of I move that the ABC board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of
ስለዚህ ይሄ በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ ቦርዱ በዝግ ስብሰባ
seeking legal advice from our counsel on
በህግ አማካሪዎቹን ጋራ በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ የህግ አማካሪዎቻችንን ምክር ጠይቀን
case number 23 CMP 00007 Kazera Lounge
በካዚራቡ ላውንጅ ጉዳይ የጠቀሱትን የመዝገብ ቁጥር
Pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act,
ግልጽ ስብሰባን በሚመለከት የዲሲ ህግ የሚለውን ብለው አሁን የጠቀሱትን ህግ መሰረት
deliberating upon case number 23 CMP 00007 Gazera Lounge,
ከዚራ ጉዳይ ላይ ባለው ጉዳይ ላይ ለመምከር
for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act.
የሚመለከተውን ህግ የዋሽንግተን ዲሲን ህግ ጠቅሰው
Is there a second?
ይህንን በዝግ ስብሰባ እንድናየው ውሳኔ ስጡበት እያሏቸው ነው።
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. Mr. Short has seconded the motion.
ሁለቱም የቦርድ አባላት ይህንን የቀረበውን ሀሳብ ተስማምተውበታል።
I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it has been properly seconded.
ስለዚህ በዚህ ጉዳይ ላይ ሁሉም የቀረቡት የቦርድ አባላት ሀሳቡን እንደተቀበሉት እንደደገፉት
Mr. Short?
Mr. Short, I agree.
ጠይቃለሁ።
Mr. Grant?
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I
የቦርድ
agree.
አባላት ጠይቀዋቸው ተስማምተዋል በጉዳዩ በቀረበው ሀሳብ።
Mr. Anderson, I agree.
እኚህም ሶስተኛውም ሰው ተስማምተዋል።
As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice
ስለዚህ ይሄ የቀረበው ሀሳብ ተቀባይነት አግኝቶ አልፏል።
that the ABC board will recess this proceeding to hold a closed meeting pursuant to section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act.
በግልጽ ስብሰባን በሚመለከተው ህግ መሰረት አሁን ይሄ ቦርድ ይሄንን ጉዳይ በዝግ ስብሰባ እንዲታይ ወስኗል።
Thank you. Thank everyone for their participation today, and we will issue a decision in 90 days.
በ90 ቀን ውስጥ ውሳኔ ሰጥተውታል ከዝግ ስብሰባ በኋላ።
Thank you very much.
Thank you to
very
the
much.
members of the board, and also thank you to the translator for your services.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day. All right, then. We're done. Thank you. All right. I'm going to do our agenda items, and then, yeah. The first agenda is our legal agenda for alcoholic beverages. And the first matter on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated January 24th, 2024 for case number 23 CMP 00070, 23 CMP 00080, and case number 23 CMP 00108, the Lane Social Club license number 121348. This is the offer in compromise for case number 23 CMP 00070, charge 1, allowed the establishment to be used for unlawful purposes, statutory authority, DC Code section 25A238A2, the fine. The license shall either pay a $1,000 fine or voluntarily surrender its license within 30 days. If the licensee fails to do so, its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, fail to keep kitchen open 2 hours before closing. Statutory authority, DC Code section 25113B1. There's a warning for this charge. Case number 23 CMP 00080, charge 1, extended hours of operation without approval. Statutory authority, DC Code section 25762A and B13. There's a fine of $1,000. Is a $1,000 fine or voluntary surrender its license within 30 days. If the licensee fails to do so, its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, produce loud music heard in premises other than the establishment. Statutory authority, DC Code section 25725A1. There's a fine of $250. voluntary surrender its license within 30 days. If the licensee fails to do so, the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 3. Operated as summer garden without endorsement, statutory authority, DC Code Section 2511.01C. Fine. The licensee shall either pay a $1,000 fine or voluntarily surrender its license within 30 days. If the licensee fails to do so, its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Case number 23 CMP 00108. Charge 1, extended hours of operation without approval. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762A and B13. Fine. The licensee shall either pay a $1,000 fine or voluntarily surrender its license within 30 days. If the licensee fails to do so, its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. Charge 2. Made false or misleading statements with the intention of influencing, impeding, or obstructing an investigation. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25823A5C. Outcome: the license shall either pay a $1,000 fine or voluntarily surrender its license within 30 days. If the licensee fails to do so, its license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine is paid. I therefore make a motion that the offer in compromise be accepted. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of settlement agreement dated January 22nd, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6D and Cordial Craft Wine, Cordial Craft Wine, Beer, and Spirits, license number 113593. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement dated January 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and Kashmir, CHAUMIERE, license number 0000850. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated January 23rd, 2024, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8F and Tom's Watch Bar, license number 119393. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of motion to reinstate dismissed protest dated January 22nd, 2024, filed by ANC 1B in case number 23 PRO 00088, Shaw Howard Deli, license number 095169. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of opposition to motion to reinstate dismissed protest dated January 25th, 2024, filed by the applicant in case number 23 PRO 00088, Shaw Howard Deli, license number 095169. This matter is now moot. Number 7, review of second motion for reconsideration of dismissed protest dated January 22nd, 2024, in case number 23 PRO 00091, Celavi, CALAVI, license number 1262 I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review of protestants' motion to dismiss application or in the alternative, grant summary denial dated January 22nd, 2024 in case number 23 PRO 00078. Iraq line, license number 116082. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of applicant's opposition to protestants' joint motion to dismiss application or in the alternative grant summary denial dated January 22nd, 2024 in case number 23 PRO 00078, Iraq line, license number 116082. This is now moot. Number 10, review of protestants' reply to oppositions to applicants' opposition to joint motion to dismiss application or in the alternative grant summary denial dated January 30th, 2024 in case number 23 PRO 00078, Iraq line, license number 116082. This is now moot also. Now let's move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. The first matter on our legal agenda, medical cannabis, review of a settlement agreement by and between Advisory Name Commission 6A and Granny Z's, license number 126762. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement. Review of a settlement agreement between Advisory Neighbor Commission 6A and Up and Smoke the third LLC, license number 126868. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review of settlement agreement between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2G and Don Fuego, license number 126790. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 4, review of request for reconsideration of the board's rejection of a medical cannabis retailer application dated December 27, 2023. This is in the DeLorean, license number 126807. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of a supplemental filing to support request for reconsideration of the board's rejection of medical cannabis retailer application dated January 18th, 2024. This is in DeLorean, license number 126807. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 6, review of second supplemental filing to support request for reconsideration of the board's rejection of a medical cannabis retailer application dated January 18th, 2024. This is DeLorean, license number 126807. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, retailer application dated January 19th, 2024. This is Happy Bud, license number 126980. I make a motion that we deny this application. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 8, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protest dated January 23rd, 2024 in case number 23PRO0003, Powerhouse Cultivation Center, license number 126410. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 9, review of protestants' opposition to applicant's motion to this protest dated January 28th, 2024 in case number 23PRO0003, Powerhouse Cultivation Center, license number 126410. This is moot. Number 10, review of correspondence from council members Charles Allen and Brooke Pinto dated January 17th, 2024 regarding the medical cannabis retailer application filed by DC Smoke, license number 126787. This is an FYI for the board. Number 11, review of medical cannabis sign advertising notice of emergency and proposed rules. I make a motion that we approve of this signage. This rule. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short and Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review application to remove the license from safekeeping immediately for reopening. This is for Mirror Lounge, license number 111950. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside the premises. This is for Atrium Bar, license number 121651. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 3, review application for safekeeping of license. This is for Blair Investment, license number 127407. I make a motion that we approve this through September 30th, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental license agenda, review application for entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment with cover charge. This is for Mood Swings Food Hall, license number 117346. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review application for change of hours. This is for Mood Swings Food Hall, license number 117346. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to our medical cannabis licensing agenda. The first matter on our medical cannabis licensing agenda, this is a portion for the conditional cultivation center and manufacturer application. The first one is review of social equity application for conditional cultivation center license. This is Aurora Enterprises, license number 126610. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 2, review of social equity application for conditional manufacturer's license. This is for Aurora Enterprises LLC, license number 126608. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the social equity for retailer application section of this agenda. Review of social equity application for new retailer license with delivery, education, tasting, and safe use treatment facility endorsement. This is for Revla, RELVA, license number 127296. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. These are the standard retailer application. Number 4, review of standard application for new retailer license with delivery endorsement. This is Our Spot Tobacco Shop, license number 127162. I make a motion that we deny this application. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 5, review of standard application for new retail license with delivery endorsement. Pipe Dreams, license number 127406. I make a motion that we deny this application. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the advertising and packaging request on this agenda. Number 6, review proposed signage. This is District Cannabis, license number 126338. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. Number 7, review proposed packaging. This is for Easy Day Edibles, license number 126412. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to enforcement. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. We now move to the board's temporary license and 1-day substantial change docket. There are 27 applicants on this agenda. I will read the name of the applicants, the type of license that they have requested, the date, the license number, and the attendees, and I will make a recommendation to the board. At the end of the list, I'm going to ask the board to approve the recommendations made by the chair. The first request is a request made from Lana Mahmoud for 1-day license class F. This is for a live music performance. This is February 1st. The license number is 127452. 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 2 is another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1-day license class F. Concert live music performance. This is February 13th. The license number is 127453. 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 3, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1-day license class F. Concert live music performance. This is February 22nd. The license number is 127454. Number 4, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a 1-day license class F. Concert live music performance. This is February 29th. License number is 127455, 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 5, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert and live music performance. This is February 1st. The license number is 127436, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 6, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is February 3rd. The license number is 127437. 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 7, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is February 4th. The license number is 127438. 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 8, another request from Lana Mahmoud, live music performance for, again, a one-day license class F. This is February 8th. The license number is 127439, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 9, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance, February 18th. The license number is 127442, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 10, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is February 22nd. The license number is 127443, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 11, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance, February 23rd. The license number is 127444, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 12, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is February 24th. The license number is 127447, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 13, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, concert live music performance, February 29th. License number is 127448, 350 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 14, another request from Lana Mahmoud, one-day license class F, concert, February 2nd. The license number is 127457, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 15, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class G, capital turnaround, February 24th. The license number is 127458, 800 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 16, a request from Patrick D. Batista, one-day license class G, Western line dance class. This is February 9th. The license number is 127408, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 17, another request from Patrick D. Batista, Western line dance class, February 24th. The license number is 127409, 200 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 18, a request from Isa Rizkabala, Rizkallah, a one-day license class G, Church Valentine fundraiser. This is February 10th. The license number is 127415, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 19, a request from Emily Jackson, a one-day license class G, wedding ceremony, March 9th. The license number is 127422, 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 20, Courtney Parkinson, a one-day license class G, school fundraiser, February 24th. License number is 127440, 175 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 21, DC Cantor, one-day substantial change, wine tasting. Nature substantial change to allow customers to sample 1 ounce pours of up to 25 wines. This is February 10th. The license number is 090639. The substantial change license 24SC00519. Number 22, a request from DC Cantor, one-day substantial change. One-day substantial change, wine tasting. Nature substantial change to allow customers to sample 1 ounce pours of up to 25 wines. This is May 11th, 2024. The license number is 090639. Substantial change license is 24SC00520. Number 23, Glassy, 1-day substantial change, private event. This is February 2nd through February 4th. The license number is 117346, substantial change license 24SC00522. Number 24, Regmo Promo Holdings Pub Crawl, the Lucky U Street Bar Crawl. This is on March 16th. This was previously approved on November 8th, 2023. And the license number is 104072. The substantial change is 23 PCE 00030. And so we're approving 1,000 total participants for this pub crawl on U Street number 25. Regmo Holdings Inc. Pub Crawl, Pub Hip Hop Bar Crawl. This is on April 13th. The license number is 104072. Substantial license is 23 PC 00031. And we're approving 1,000 participants for this bar crawl on April 13th. Number 26, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, the Shamrock Crawl 24. This is March 16th, 2024, previously approved. December 13th, 2023. The license number is 105182, substantial change license 23 PC 0036, 1,500 participants. Number 27, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl, DC Potter Crawl 2024, DC. This is April 27th. The license number is 105182, substantial change license is 23 PC 00037. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
All right, so I make a motion, I'm making a motion, and so Mr. Short, will you second the motion, Mr. Short?
I second the motion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. And so we now move to our final agenda item for the day. It's the results of the administrative licensing docket. And on the licensing docket for today, there are 15 licensee who has requested changes on their license. And without objection, I make a motion that the ABC board approves all the applicants on our licensing administrative docket for January 31st, 2024. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 3-0. All right, we're done at with now our agenda items for the morning. I did not realize that it was almost 3 o'clock. I'm going to ask the board members to go in executive session briefly. We will come back at 3:10 to do our start our public hearing. So I'll ask all board members to return to executive session, and then we will come back for our public hearing at 3:10. Thank you. We're in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson, chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are two other board members, Mr. James Short and Mr. Silas Grant. The board has three members in participating today, and that constitutes a quorum. And so let me go to our calendar. The next case the only case that we have on our afternoon calendar is case number 23 PRO 00078, Iraq line license number 116082. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case?
Sure. Becky Strauss, your access has been elevated. GDL, your access has been elevated. Jessica Bloomfield, your access has been elevated. John Fiorito, your access has been elevated. Joseph Massey, your access has been elevated. Investigator Mark Ruiz, your access has been elevated. Owner, your access has been elevated. Richard Bianco, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, good. Can everyone who has a camera, can you please turn your camera on?
There we are. There we are.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. And first and foremost, let me apologize for the lateness of this case was supposed to start at 1:30, but as you see, it's now 3:13, and I'm calling the case for the first time, and it is not because of the tardiness of the board. It is just based on our calendar today that this case has now been pushed through. Has just been pushed to now 3:14. So anyway, so let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. So let's start with that is you, Mr. Bianco. With all that light, I can't hardly see you because of the lighting.
Yes, I'm in a different conference room today, and I unfortunately am stuck in front of this window because of the outlet situation. So sorry for that.
All right, no, because I was just about to say I didn't see Mr. Bianco, but that's because all the lightings that you have there, I could not recognize you. So Mr. Bianco, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure, Mr. Chair. My name is Richard Bianco, RICHARD BIANCO. I'm counsel for the applicant. With me, I have John Fiorito. He is our corporate representative for Iraq Lion LLC, and I will ask that he introduce himself and spell his name for the record.
Go ahead, sir. Where is Mr. Fiorito? Is he online?
Yes, he is. Or at least he was elevated. Oh, I'm sorry. He's having technical issues. So I will reserve his introduction until he's back on. I think the other parties can introduce themselves.
All right. Okay. Let's have the I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir. You can turn your camera on too if you are able, but please spell and state your name for the record.
Mr. Chair, I just got audio working. My name is John Fiorito.
Spell your name for the record.
Please. First name is JOHN. Last name is FIORITO.
All right. So let's have. All right. So is there anyone from the ANC here? Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Sure. My name is Rebecca Strauss. I represent the ANC 2C.
Spell your name, please, ma'am.
REBECCA STRAUSS.
Thank you. let's have who's representing the abutting property owner?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, or afternoon. Jessica Farmer of Holland and Knight on behalf of the abutting property owner, JP Morgan.
And Christopher Cohen, also with Holland and Knight, on behalf of the abutting property owner, JP Morgan.
And with us is also our client representative, Dewan O'Donnell.
Where is Mr. O'Donnell there? He can spell and state his name for the record. Yes,
Sure.
please.
Sure, Dewan O'Donnell, spelled D''Juan', O''Donald.
Good afternoon, sir. All right. So, and then who is representing the group of 5 or more?
Good afternoon, Chairman Anderson. It's Lyle Blanchard of Greenstein, DeLorme and Lux, and with me is my co-counsel, Alexandria Smith, and we have 4 of our witnesses with us today. Oh, so my name is spelled Lyle, B as in boy, Lanchard.
And good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Alexandria Smith, ALEXANDRIA, Smith, SMITH.
And with us we have Ashley Wiltshire.
Yes, good afternoon. I represent Southern Building Associates, and my name is spelled ASHLEYWILTSHIRE. Thank you.
And Mr. Ted Brownfield.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. My name is Ted Brownfield. I represent 15th and H Street Associates, and my name is spelled TED. Last name is BROWNFIELD.
And we also have Mr. Trevor Hewick.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. My name is Trevor Hewick. Trevor is spelled TREVOR. Hewick is spelled HEWICK, and I'm a witness for JDL.
All right, thank you. Have I?
One more,
I'm sorry.
Chairman Anderson, I'm sorry. One more person, and that's John Branch.
Yes, good afternoon, sir. My name is John Branch. That's JOHNBRANCH. I'm a former commander of the 2nd District.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Have everyone identified themselves? I know I haven't called you, Mr. Ruiz, but from the applicant or the protestants, have they all identified themselves for the record? All right.
I believe so. We also have 2 other witnesses, but I don't know if the ANC has appeared yet, or Mr. Terry Lynch from the Downtown Cluster of Congregations. I don't know that they're online yet.
Well, I know. Well, Ms. Strauss has entered. The ANC, as a party representative, has identified themselves, so we're fine. I just want to make sure that all the parties have identified themselves for the record. And Mr. Ruiz, can you please identify yourself for the record?
ABCA investigator Mark Ruiz, MARKRUIZ.
All right, thank you. As you see, it appears that there are 3 protestants, and we're scheduled to have a significant amount of witnesses today. And this is not a hearing, I believe, that we can truncate. So what the board is going to do, and I'm hoping that everyone's schedule is to accommodate this, is that we're gonna convene this hearing on February 23rd at 10 o'clock. And so we'll have the entire day that we'll start at 10 o'clock and we'll finish this hearing. Of course, we'll take a break, but that's the only way I think that we can accommodate, in the sense that we can have this hearing, have all parties testify, and have the entire day without having there's Friday, February 23rd is first and foremost, the board was not even supposed to work that week because of holiday week. And so we're making ourselves available on a Friday at 10 o'clock to accommodate, to ensure that we have a full day where all parties can be available to testify. I know that what's been proposed, if there are some scheduling concerns, I mean, the board is willing to, if the parties agree, to take witnesses out of order on that day. But that's what's been proposed because there's no way we can do this hearing today starting at 3 o'clock. And to be mindful of everyone's time. We have convened hearings till 2 o'clock in the morning, but I don't believe this is not a case that we should be convening at 2 o'clock in the morning. At 2 o'clock in the morning, I think we should be up at 10 o'clock in the day, and so we can have everyone's attention, so we can give this case the full attention that is required.
That works for the applicant. Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson, for making yourselves available on a week you didn't otherwise have to work, and certainly to the board's counsel, who's been spinning a lot of plates for at least the last hour. So thanks. We're available. We'll be ready to go then.
Mr. Blanchard?
Yes, Mr. Anderson, I've been able to talk to at least, you're okay, at least 4 out of the 5. I haven't heard from Mr. Lynch, but we also appreciate the board's accommodation, especially on a Friday, on a holiday week, and we will be prepared to go forward on that day.
And I will also say, Mr. Blanchard, it is my birthday week, so it is my birthday week, and I am working on my birthday week. At least I'm not working on my birthday, but it's my. So I'm just letting you know that it is.
I understand. I completely understand, and I will reassure you personally that we do not intend to go until 2 a.m. in this case, or nowhere near there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. And Ms. Strauss.
Yeah, that works for me.
All right, that's fine. I'm not sure if the parties were listening to our legal agenda today, and there were several motions, and I guess the board can on the record at least address the motions that were filed. So the parties, so I'm going to do some background and just give you the rationale regarding the board's ruling this morning on our legal agenda regarding the motions. And so I'll just do this. I will just let you know where we are regarding the motions that were filed. The decisions were issued, but I'll give the rationalization for how the board came to its decision regarding the motions. And so this matter comes before the board on a protest of an application to transfer a license from safekeeping to a new location. The license is held by a Rackline retailer Class CN, license number 116082, located at 1412 High Street Northwest, and the applicant is represented by Richard Bianco. The license has a nude endorsement and a summer garden endorsement. The interior occupancy is 1,200 with seating of 675 patrons. The summer garden seats 65 patrons with total occupancy load of 100. The hours of operation are Sunday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m., Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 4 a.m. By way of background, the board's record reflects the following. The license has been in safekeeping since October 1st, 2012. The license application was placarded on August 18th, 2023. ANC 2B, represented by Chairperson Michael Schenkel, filed a protest on September 23rd, September 29th, 2023. A second protest was filed by a group of 5 or more individuals on September 11th, September 21, 2023, represented by Lyle Blanchard, Esquire. A third protest, and the property owner, was filed on September 29th by J.P. Morgan Chase as an abutting property owner, and they were represented by Jessica Farm and Christopher Cohen of Holland and Knight. Two of the three Protestant groups were granted standing at the roll call hearing on October 24th. The protest of the third Protestant, the group of five or more, was originally dismissed at roll call and subsequently reinstated by the board. All parties were in attendance at the status hearing on November 8th. On December 6, 2023, the board ruled on a number of pleadings and cross pleadings, the result of which was that no Protestant was dismissed. But in board order number 23 PRO 00078, the board limited the protest issues raised by ANC 2C to peace, order, and quiet. On January 19th, 2024, the protestants filed a joint motion to dismiss the applicant or in the alternative grant summary denial. The applicant filed its opposition on January 29th, 2024, and the protestants filed a reply last night. All of these pleadings were considered by the board earlier today on its legal agenda. The board, in denying the protestants' joint motion to dismiss for the following reasons, and this is why I want the parties to know why the board ruled earlier to dismiss the motion. The board rejects the argument filed that any failure to comply with 405.1 is fatal to the application. To the extent that 405.1 application included in the transfer application is not satisfactory, any failure to comply with 405.1 is not fatal where 1, the 405.1 application can be amended and supplemented prior to approval. 2, 405.1 approval is subject to the discretion of the board and does not have to be resolved at the protest. 3, 405.1 provides no specifics as to the form of the bona fide agreement. Therefore, the board will resolve this issue by instructing the licensing department to obtain an appropriate affidavit signed by the applicant and the building owners averring to the requirements of section 405.1 and any supporting documentation necessary to amend and supplement the application, including additional agreements by the applicant to the building ownership. Upon submission, this will render all objections to the application under 405.1 moot. 2, the board rejects the allegation that the applicant made a false statement. The zoning certification does not contain a false statement, even if the protestant's argument is correct that the zoning certificate contains incorrect information. The protestant's argument confutes being wrong, missing information, or an incorrect issuance by the government with lying. Therefore, one cannot fairly attribute any error, even if one exists, to the applicant under 25401. Finally, the applicant has not cited authority that would bar a nightclub license or a nightclub license with nude dancing in a D6 zone, even if additional licenses, permits, or exceptions need to be obtained from another agency, including additional authority to operate a sexually oriented business, which is 405.1E. Finally, in accordance with Craig versus DC Alcoholic Beverage Control Board 721 A2584 588 DC Court of Appeals 1998, the board has no authority to overrule or invalidate the zoning certificate issued by the Department of Zoning. As a result, to the extent that there are zoning issues related to the application, these issues need to be raised and resolved by the Department of Zoning. 3.
I'd like to
hold on. Who's speaking?
Many
You cannot speak, sir. You can only speak through your attorney. So who represents you, sir?
Yes.
The person who's speaking, you can only speak through your attorney, sir. So you need to contact your attorney, and if your attorney needs to say something, then your attorney can speak. But you cannot speak, sir, without your attorney. Okay? 3. The board rejects the argument that the applicant cannot comply with the zoning requirements under 405.1. The board rejects the protestant's argument that a nightclub with nude dancing does not comply with the zoning requirements contained in 405.1. It is satisfactory under 405.1 that the Department of Zoning or the Board of Zoning Adjustment could approve the applicant's business plan regardless of whether as a matter of right or through the issuance of a license, permit, waiver, exception, or similar authorization. Thus, the board rejects the protestant zoning argument because as long as the applicant's business model is not explicitly prohibited under the zoning laws and regulations, and its nightclub and new dancing plans are plausible and may be issued under zoning, then this is sufficient under 405.1's zoning requirement. So that is basically the rationalization. We'll issue a board order, but that is the reasoning why the board on its legal agenda this morning rejected denied the motion filed by the protestant. Okay. And before I adjourn, any questions? And one of the things I'll ask Mr. Blanchard, if it's possible when we reconvene, can you pull the conference table closer to the screen? You are a mile away from the camera,
Yes,
so I
we will
cannot. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll sit much closer to the camera.
Right. So if it's possible, because you're a mile away from us, so I can't. And I at least I would like to see you better when we move through this case.
Let me try something. Just if I sit here,
it's much better. It's much better than
okay.
It's not ideal, but it's 100% better than the way it was before. Because at least before it was, I'm seeing these. I would say I'm seeing a stick figure because you're way out. Okay.
Okay. Well, I did get a haircut last weekend, so I want you to,
All right, then.
I did try to clean up.
Then you need to move up then, Mr. Blanchard. I see on my screen it says owner. So if it says owner, therefore I assume that Mr. Bianco is the person who represents the owner. And Mr. Bianco, is there something that you need to say, sir?
There's not. I don't know who the person's logged in as owner, or if he is.
I don't know. Well,
Mr. Fiorito's are. Oh, it's yeah, that's one of our witnesses. That's Commander Reese.
All right. So you have to speak through Mr. Bianco, sir.
Yeah.
All right. So if you want to call if you need to raise something, you can call Mr. Bianco. I'll give you a minute for you and him to consult, and then I can address that.
Yeah, he's just my client. Well, I'll chat with him offline. I'm sorry, not my client, my witness. I'll chat with him offline.
All right. Any questions before I recess this matter? No, I really appreciate your understanding, but as stated before, we plan to have this matter addressed, and so we will have this hearing on February 23rd at 10 o'clock, and so we'll have the entire day to ensure that all the issues are addressed and all the witnesses will be taken, and so therefore for us not to truncate this hearing moving forward. Okay. If there are any questions before I adjourn?
Nothing
from the group of five. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Banker, you said no. Miss Farmer, you have no question. Miss Farmer, Mr. Cohen, and Ms. Strauss. Thank you for your understanding. But as I stated before, the board is making this decision because we believe this is a case that's very important. All our cases are important, but based on the parties that are involved here, we want to make sure that your arguments have the attention of the board and that we're not rushing through any testimony. Okay, so thank you very much, and I'll see you on the 23rd at 10 o'clock. And so let me close the record. So with that, I'm going to close the record for the day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. As chairperson for the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 1st, 2024 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigation of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulation, of seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for February 1st, as published in DC Register on January 26th. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABCA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. Thank you very much. Have a great day. And I guess the board will be back at work at 1:30, I believe, tomorrow afternoon. Have a great day. I'll now ask all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you. All right, bye-bye.